Okay, so we are live now. So, hey everyone, how's it going? Matthew Bailey Media here, and welcome to my 8 years on YouTube milestone stream. And if you notice in the description and title of the stream, there is going to be a possible panel depending on how many people actually come in here. Like I said, I might post the StreamYard link both in here and in some other in a Discord server specifically in case anyone wants to come from there. Looks like we got 2 viewers already. What's up, Austin? Welcome to the stream. So I'm not sure if you caught my the video I posted earlier in the day, Austin, but I also posted a video talking about this, and like I said, we're going to try to keep this stream as friendly as possible and as family friendly as possible. So when I post the panel link, whatever, if eventually when you come up, make sure that you are as friendly as possible. Hey Affleck, how's it going? It's been a while since I've seen you in here. We're going to wait a couple more minutes, see if anybody else decides to say hi in the chats. So far, we've only got Austin and Affleck. Like I said, once I post the panel link, whatever, if anyone wants to discuss like anything they think I should do for the next year on my channel, hey Simply, how's it going? I'm glad you decided to come to my stream. I'm not sure if let me know if Hatman is still alive, because I wanted to make sure I didn't accidentally interrupt anyone from coming from his stream. Especially after I gave Emma that shout out in the video I posted earlier today. Not sure if you already checked it out, Simply, but I also did an 8 years on YouTube milestone video as well, and I even gave a small shout out to Emma over there. So that's hopefully some of the viewers that were already with me before I started watching Emma and stuff will maybe check her out. That's like I said, I wanted to, just like how she helped me, I figured I'd help her. It's always something. You did see it? Okay, that's good, Simply. Like I said, I'm probably going to post the panel link here in the chat eventually, but I'll probably also post it in the Discord, probably in Emma's thing. Hatman will be live tomorrow. Oh, did he not go live today, Austin? Because I thought I saw something about there being 6 o'clock is when he usually goes live on Fridays, and I literally just got back from work like an hour ago. So yeah, that's why I waited so long to do this stream, because I was literally just at work an hour ago, but I just got, like I said, I got off an hour ago. So yeah, if you can, if you're wondering why I sound so like out of breath and stuff, it's because I was exhausted after working today. It wasn't as busy as I thought it was going to be today, especially with it being Black Friday, where I work. So if you don't know what Black Friday is, it's basically like a discount at a lot of different places for products or or other stuff. So based on where I'm working, they do have a Black Friday event, and I'm surprised that it wasn't as busy as I thought it was going to be. But okay, we'll probably wait until the 5-minute mark, and then I'll post the link for anyone who wants to come up on a panel and just to congratulate me and on being on YouTube for 8 years. And if you had any questions about what I was discussing in the video, that's cool. Oh, Luna Ghost is in here. It says hashtag save Emma October 1st, October 16th. Troll Wars. What do you mean by that, Luna? Is Emma in trouble or something, or like what's going on there? Just let me know when you get a chance. But also for some people, as long as I know some of you, when I post the panel link, aren't going to be able to don't want to turn on your camera, and that's fine, just as long as I clarify it's you hopefully I can find a way to do that without hold on, freaking thing is in the my freaking microphone is in the way. All right, let me post the link. All right, there's the StreamYard link for if anyone who wants to come up on panel. Like I said, I might post it in the Discord too, in case anyone wants to. In case anyone from the community wants to be able to still find it, in case other comments come flooding in and they can't get to it. So just let me know for anyone who wants to. Let me know if you think I should post the link in the Discord as well. So. But I guess adding on to, I'm not going to talk about it too much while I'm here, but one thing I did discuss in the video earlier today during my 8 years milestone was how I hadn't streamed on this channel for over 3 months now, mainly because of what happened back then. And I don't know if he's still live, because I heard he was actually live right now, or he went live about an hour ago. So I'm curious if he's going to just stop everything to come over here, just because he wants to know why I'm still siding with people like Emma and stuff. I've been keeping an eye on things, and I'm glad I left him, but he better not ambush me on here again, because this is supposed to be a celebration live stream. So like I said, anyone who wants to come up on my panel just to say hi, there's the link. Like I said, I'm not sure what else to talk about, because I'm trying to keep this thing as family friendly as possible. But like I said, aside from what I discussed in the video earlier today about like what I might continue to do while I'm for the next year on YouTube, because again, I think I'm going to have a very special celebration live stream 2 years from now, when it reaches the 10-year mark, because I've been on YouTube for so long that I just can't believe I made it this far. And like I said, in the last it says congratulations on 8 years, Matthew. Thanks, Simply. That means a lot. Like I said, a lot of crazy stuff has happened in the last few years throughout the 8 years that I've been on YouTube. Like I said, I've made friends with you. I made friends with Emma, Hatman, anybody who has defended me in the past, especially in the last 3 months. No, I'm not getting ready to retire, Luna. I'm still gonna keep going, obviously. Like I said, hey Austin, how's it going? If anyone wants to come up on the panel, the link is in the chat. So, in case you want me to just post it in the Discord too, then I'll do that. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about how like I said, in the last few years things have been crazy. Like I said, I've actually moved into my own apartment about 2 years ago, or 2.5 years, I should say, almost. And like I said, I've been able to do a lot more stuff since I'm living on my own. And like I said, I had Thanksgiving dinner at my mother's house yesterday. So that was fun. And you can't tell because I'm wearing my hat, but I also had my mom help me with getting a haircut yesterday. Saves a lot of money if I have somebody else do it for me for free. But aside from that, like I said, I was also at work today, so that's why I'm doing the stream so late at night. What else? I was talking about how in the video I posted earlier today, I discussed what type of content I might go back to doing, or if anyone has any suggestions that are family friendly that I can try to consider doing. You can also let me know in the chats. Like I said, I will try to do the stream for at least an hour, unless somebody comes up in the on panel and stuff and decides they want to talk. So let's see. Aside from that, what else? What else is new? Well, like I said, normally I don't work this late at night, but it's mainly because if y'all don't remember what I said in the video earlier today, I did get a new job in the last couple weeks, and this is literally my third week so far working at this new job. So, and especially with today being Black Friday, I'm surprised we weren't as busy as I thought we would be, but I was definitely Luna says, Matthew, are you Canadian? No, I'm not Canadian, Luna. I actually live here in the United States, in the state of Virginia specifically. That's all I'm going to say, is that I live in Virginia. But have I posted the link in Discord? No, I haven't. But if you want me to do that, simply I'll do that. Let me go to casual chat. I'm gonna post it in the casual chat on Emma's Discord server for anybody. So, and I'll even leave a message saying, everyone. Here is the panel link for anyone who wants to join my 8 years on YouTube Milestone stream. There you go. So I just posted it in the thing now. So okay, so I posted it in the Discord. Simply, I posted it on Emma's server through the Den of Evil on the casual chat section. So, like I said, anyone in the Discord who wants to come up on the panel, especially in case they can't see it in the chat. Like I said, I'm gonna try to keep this going as long as possible, unless someone comes up on panel and kind of helps me there. Because, like I said, I'm not used to doing streams alone or whatever when I go live, unless it's for a good reason. Like I said, I feel like my other channel, Matt Defense, where I talk about certain drama related topics, that's probably where I actually get to talk a lot more because of what it's about. So, but with here, my main channel, I hardly ever do it unless it's for a good reason. And like I said, 3 months ago, I did a stream while I was on vacation, and unfortunately, it got turned into like over 3 hour long thing because of someone who I used to support 3 months ago, who basically like I said, he ambushed me on my stream back then. He and then I had to get defended by Emma, who hopefully she'll come in, because for those of you who already don't know, I did give Emma a shout out in the Honeybee says no one will turn up because you're not trashing anyone. Okay, I will admit, Honeybee, that is kind of a little rude, but that is because my channel is this specific channel that the stream is on is supposed to be family friendly, and this is and the reason why I'm doing the stream is because I've been on YouTube for 8 years. I mean, I was sort of talking about somebody a little while ago. I'm not sure if you caught it, Honeybee, but I was talking about how someone I used to support up until 3 months ago, because they ambushed me on my stream I did back then on this channel. But thankfully, Emma came and defended me back then, and that's why I even gave her a shout out in the video I posted earlier today. I mean, if you want me to, Honeybee, I can discuss how I feel about what's been going on with the dude that I used to support, and how I think it's really pathetic that he still insists on keeping some people around. Wait. Real simply says that account was just made, so I blocked it. Oh, okay. Thanks for letting me know. Simply, if you're talking about the Honeybee account, then that makes sense. Yeah, it's no. I thought maybe it was someone who, but it's funny because you say that. Wait, Matthew is trying to be drama-free and trying to avoid the troll wars. Yes, thank you, Luna. And plus, I'm not sure if y'all have seen some of my past streams, but when I did do that stream 3 months ago, my cousin, who is known on the moderators as Ligma Son, he was in there a few months ago, and he came into my stream 3 months ago and was complaining about how my channel was not supposed to be drama related, and like I said, I was trying to keep it family friendly, but then I guess I'll just say his name because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of him. But basically, back in August, I used to support a guy known as Jonathan Haldeman, who is now known as the realest streamer, unfortunately. Hey, Michael, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. I posted the panel link in in Emma's Discord if you want to come up and say hi to me for the first time. Just make sure that you at least have a camera on. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll see if I can still bring you up, but have it be me at least on camera until I hear your voice. Because that's another thing I try to be careful of is that I don't. If people don't want to turn their cameras on when they come up at first, some people in the past have just immediately turned on the camera as soon as I brought them up, and it basically they inappropriately. I don't want to say the word, but starts with a P. Bombed me, if you know what I mean by that phrase, and I ended up having to end the stream and do a whole new one, and I hate having to do that. So Luna says JP put Matthew on the drama map and entered him into an unknown universe. You're kind of right. You're kind of right, Luna. JP really did do that because, to be fair, I only met. I guess I can sort of go back into the history of when I used to support JP. Simply probably knows this, but I only knew about JP because I was hating on a guy who is now dead, unfortunately, Doug West from the Angry Grandpa side of YouTube, and he was making up a bunch of lies about him meeting Bridget and Michael's kid, their first kid specifically, and he was talking about he snuck into the hospital and he walked right by Michael. Like, he never showed any proof. And I was even questioning Doug about that. And that was how I met JP. Because it's funny how it seems like JP is truly a flip-flopper when it comes to drama stuff. Like, he'll say he hates someone, then he doesn't, then he hates them again, then he doesn't. And then some people he'll hate, but then not hate them anymore, and he goes for the longest time not hating them. That's kind of what it was with Doug recently. After he passed away, he just, for some reason, he's like, oh, you should let Doug rest in peace and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, chill out. And I will admit, when he came into my stream 3 months ago, Michael says, hey, Matthew, can you say one thing for me? What's that, Michael? Just comment what you wanted me to say. Because, but going back to my conversation before I forget it. So, yeah, basically, like I said, ever since Doug died, JP suddenly decided, he thinks that Doug should they should let Doug rest in peace and all that sort of stuff. I will admit that letting a dead guy rest in peace is a good thing. But if you keep bringing that up, JP, you're the one that keeps stirring more drama with the dead guy. That's the thing that JP just doesn't seem to understand. Is that with this Doug guy dead now, he thinks that by constantly telling people to stop making fun of him, I mean, how can they make fun of him if he's dead now? Like, you're the one that's continuing to stir the pot, JP. So he just needs to learn to stop bringing up Doug every time he goes live. And I will say, I remember what I was about to say. Going back to my stream 3 months ago when I was on my vacation, one thing that I really could not deal with anymore one thing I couldn't handle anymore with JP is the fact that he kept calling Emma the C word. I'm just going to call it the C word, but you probably know what I'm referring to. Simply, Luna, Michael, anyone else who was there that day, but or know what that word means. But I was just sitting back in my hotel room chair, just like watching the whole thing unfold. And again, I truly decided to fully flip on JP after he basically ambushed me, saying I should be ashamed of myself for even liking someone like Emma and believing her. And because it's like Emma has said in her streams, and this is me defending her, she has actually shown proof when she says something, or when she says something happens or happened or whatever, she's shown proof, unlike JP, who for some reason doesn't want to show proof. It's the same thing with some of his supporters that are still supporting him. Like back in August when I was doing my stream, one of his supporters, known as Porchman, who apparently he's not called Porchman anymore because of it was truly revealed that his first channel that had over 7,000 subs was actually bought subscribers, and that's why he had to delete it, because he wasn't getting any traction, and he tried to sign up for monetization, and they wouldn't let him because it was like so fast and stuff. So that's why that's exactly why he had to delete it and start a whole new channel. But I wouldn't be surprised if that new channel already has around the same amount of subscribers, even though it just got created a couple months ago. So let me know, Simply or Michael or Austin, anyone who knows what Porchman's new channel is, whether or not that's true, that's a thing or not. But I still thought it was really pathetic that as soon as last time I talked to Emma, she was headed to the forest to go hunt a beaver to prepare for the holiday festivities. Okay. That's cool, Luna. I mean, I'm not sure how long ago that was, but that's cool that she's preparing for some holiday festivities. Like I said, the holidays are some of my favorite, are one of my favorite times, in my opinion. Like, I am technically a Christmas kid baby, specifically because I was born 5 days before Christmas, which is why I'm also going to be doing, I might do also a little 26th birthday stream possibly next month when it comes around to that. I'm not 100% sure, but it just depends on if I have any other things to talk about in that stream aside from it being my birthday at the time. But like I said, I am sort of setting other stuff up though before I turn 26. Like, since apparently I learned that once a person turns okay, this must be someone who isn't here. I'm gonna delete that person because Frankenstein, you clearly don't know Emma, because if you watched my stream, if you were there when I was doing that stream 3 months ago, she came up and defended me against Michael says, Matthew, read my comment. Which comment, Michael? Are you talking about the one where you said, hey, say one thing for me? Because I did read that, but I don't know if I don't see any other comment from you besides that one up until the read my comment thing. So which comment are you referring to, Michael? Just if you don't see it, just let me know, or maybe I should go to YouTube myself and make sure that my stream is actually going. Let's see. Hold on, let me go to my channel. If y'all hear any noise in the background, it's because I gotta mute my stream after I play it. Come on. Okay. Okay. Mute. Come on. Just say stats is trash. Oh, okay. Well, I just said it. I think, Michael, when you said it's a blocked word for some reason, I think specifically you're talking about, I think you're specifically talking about the word trash. I think possibly, I don't know. It's definitely, oh, okay. Thanks for the heads up, Luna. But crap, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, like I was saying before, back in August when that whole thing occurred, I could not forgive JP for how he ambushed me, saying I shouldn't be allowed to watch people like Emma, and stuff like that. But again, after a while, it took a few months up until that point where she came up and defended me on my stream, and I sincerely thank her for that. And heck, she even decided to compensate me with $50, and I already used that $50 for something, and I am sincerely thankful for that. But like I said, when it comes to JP claiming I should be ashamed of myself for even watching her and stuff, again, like I said, I have a new job now, and especially with the job I have, a lot of especially if I'm working on a Tuesday, I'll be working during the time Emma would normally be streaming. So it's not like I would be able to watch her all the time, but I could go back and rewatch the stream if I have to. But but like I said, I don't spend most of my time constantly going around. I don't spend my time going around just don't overshare about your job, Adley, because you know JP will be listening. Well, yeah, I agree, Michael. That's I haven't even said the name of my job yet, so that's definitely something that I have a big advantage with. But Simply says, do you like your new job more than the old one? Yes, I do. Simply, like I said, this new job is a lot better. Heck, I'm much closer to this new job than I was at my other one. That's all I'm really gonna say about that, is that I'm much closer to this new job than I was before. But again, I don't know if JP's still live, but because I heard he was actually live, right around the time I got back from work, or at least I saw that he was possibly live in the Discord. So, I mean, he probably won't pop in here, obviously, but if he did, I would be surprised. So if anyone wants me to post the panel link again, and simply, you're free to come up if you want. Michael, you're free to come up. Luna, anyone who wants to come up, that wants to chat, is welcome. Like I said, if you don't have your camera on at first backstage, then I'll try to see if I can find a way to bring you up without having you show up your square or whatever show up, just so I can make sure it's you guys. Because like I said, I have had Times Austin says, "How are you doing today?" I'm doing good, Austin Garrett. Like I said, I was working earlier today, but I got off at 8, so and that's why I had the stream scheduled for 9 because I was trying my best to not be doing my streams so late. Now, and it's funny because if JP is truly live right now, then I mean I'm probably not even gonna bother watching it if he's still live before Cause Australia says, "Can you dig it?" What do you mean, Cause? Can I dig what exactly? Let me know if in another comment. But like I said, I am never gonna forgive JP for how he ambushed me on my stream. And to be fair, Emma was right about one thing. Nobody on her side or even Isaac's side or anything, nobody was actually making fun of me for having the autism disability. It was JP who kept bringing that up, and eventually some people were some troll accounts were like saying stuff about me and all that nonsense, but nobody from Emma's side or even Isaac's side was saying anything. And I think it's sort of pathetic that some people are just wanting to be trolls for the sake of being trolls. Like they don't bother watching my content; they just go to dislike it regardless. And to be fair, and I will sort of make it known that every time, even though I haven't been able to watch the streams when JP fully goes live or whatever, every now and then if he still has them up, I'll occasionally go in there and just hit the dislike button immediately because, again, I still will never forgive him. But that's all I do is that I dislike, only watch like a couple of minutes, and then boom, I'm out. Because, again, I don't have a lot of time on my hands, especially with my new job. Now, thankfully, I don't go to work again until Sunday, but and however, it's going to be late in the afternoon, and I won't get back home until almost midnight. Michael says, "Matthew, you're doing great. Don't let anyone bring you down." Thanks, Michael. And hey, Emma, how's it going? I posted the link for the panel in the Discord on your Discord through the casual chat. If you want to come up, or hopefully it's still in the chat here on YouTube. But I just thought I'd let you know I did post the video earlier today, and I gave you the shout out, Emma. And if you watch my video, you'll see that I used the same quote that you use in every stream you do when it comes to the donation link and stuff. Because this is kind of going back to what JP does. You're welcome, Emma. But like I said, you basically whenever you go live, you always say the phrase, donations are appreciated, but they're not needed. So if I ever decide to do donations on my channel, if I ever decide to post a link to something like Cash App or PayPal, again, I will just use your exact quote, Emma. It's not like I need the money from people who watch me, because I have a job. I mean, and I get paid relatively well, so it's not like I need any more money than what I'm already getting from work. Emma says, "You should. I would totally donate to you." Thanks, Emma. That's very appreciative, or that's very kind of you. Like I said, at least I would probably use. If I ever decided to ask for donations, I would actually say. I would actually say what what I'm going to use the money for if I ever get donations. So, it's really nice. Thanks, Michael. I appreciate that. Like I said, I might have to go back and figure out what the name of my PayPal was. I don't know if I can access it here from my computer, but I'll definitely make sure I do that. In fact, here, let me see if you want me to. If you want me to, Emma, let me post the StreamYard link again for if you want to come up on panel, just to say hi, see how I'm doing. Wait, honey, she says you don't need to tell anyone your business. You spend your money as you see fit. And I understand, Emma. Like I said, honestly, the only thing I really spend my money on a lot is my bills mostly. But I mean, sometimes I'll spend it on miscellaneous fun stuff if I decide to. And like I said, I'm not sure if y'all saw this in my. Wait, Emma says I'm just on video with Hatman, so I can't come up just now. That's totally fine, Emma. Like I said, I'm gonna try to do the stream for at least an hour. So so hopefully, if you have time after the hour mark, if you want to come up to say hi, see how I'm doing, and congratulate me on being on YouTube for so long, that'd be great. Luna says, "What about weed?" Unfortunately, Luna, you may find this shocking, but I vowed never to smoke or drink after I turned 21 because I want to try to live as long as possible. And if I start doing stuff like smoking weed and stuff, that would hurt the inside of my body, and I could die a lot younger than I want to. So, see, at least I'm smarter than people like JP because he clearly has a weed farm in his freaking room in the attic. Emma says, "I'm just sharing this out 1 sec." No problem, Emma. That's so kind of you to share out my stream. Like I said, I just can't believe it's been 8 years that I've been on YouTube. Like I said, the first year that if y'all go back and watch the if y'all go back and watch my video I posted earlier today, I did show a little bit of footage from the very first video I ever did on my channel. You'll notice that I'm in a different setup, obviously, in that little bit of footage. But basically, and I look a lot like bigger too, because that was before I even lost all the weight too. Because back when I first started the channel, I was pretty much over 200 and up to 220 pounds, 215 to 220. And last time I did my weight check at the gym, I was around 192 to be precise. So I did lose about 25 to almost 30 pounds since at least since 2020. Because 2020 was when I started losing all the weight. Mainly because, and I don't know why I was not losing the weight during the year 2019, because I was living in another apartment at the time. But that was only because of a certain situation regarding one of my mom's past boyfriends at the time who wouldn't let me move in with him in his house, even though he let my mom and my sister move in there. So my mom was forced to find an apartment for me when I wasn't ready to get one. So, but at least I have this one now. Like I said, I have this apartment now, and like I said, this is probably the only space you're going to see in most of my videos, unless I'm doing stuff like, say I decide to go on another vacation, or whatever, which I am planning to do next year. One thing I will try to do next year is I'm definitely going to be doing a much longer either video or multiple videos of my next vacation, which I'm going back down to Universal again, but that's only because they're opening up that brand new theme park, Epic Universe, and I've seen a lot of like behind the scenes construction work for the park, and it looks like it's just about done. And I'm really looking forward to going there. And like I said, one thing I'm definitely going to try to do, if I can do multiple videos, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to take segments of the footage I shoot in the new park and just say that it's the next day, and then I'm posting or maybe what I'll do is that I'll just designate each video to each of the theme parks, inside of the new park. I'm gonna say Harry Potter World is at Universal, right? Yes, Michael. Harry Potter is at Universal, and and like I said, it's definitely one of my favorite themed lands from Universal. Now, I would have gone to Disney, but someone named Scott Carpino is in here. Okay, let me see who you are. Hey, hello, Scott.
Oh, hi. I don't know how I got back here. I hit a link.
Oh, was this in the Discord or in the YouTube?
Yeah, yeah. This was in Discord, and I hit a link to support you, and here I
Oh,
am.
okay. Okay, that's cool. Nice to meet you, Scott.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Sorry you kicked me out.
No, I didn't kick you out. I just noticed your camera wasn't on, and I try to be cautious. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Um, like I said, I always try to be cautious when someone comes in with their camera turned off, mainly because again, I've had times in the past where some trolls would just come up with their camera off, and then they'll I'll just use the letter P bombed me, if you know what I mean by that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think in that demon Emma, she probably sent me the link that I put me here instead of in your
Yeah.
chat.
Well, I did post it. I did post the link in the casual chat on her Discord server as well. So maybe that's a possibility too. But yeah, like I said, this whole stream is mainly celebrating the fact that I've been on YouTube for 8 years as of today. So
Oh, congratulations. Okay, well, I'm going to jump out because
that's
I
fine.
wasn't ready to be on audio or anything, but I'm trying to find your chat, and I'll be in there.
Well, like I said, it'll be on YouTube specifically.
Okay, I don't understand this. Like, I'm not real good at the StreamYard and twitching and all that. So your live is on YouTube, but I'm talking to you on StreamYard.
Well, yeah, the StreamYard link was just to come up on a panel, like we're talking through video chatting, that kind of thing.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, so the link. So if you want my YouTube channel link, I think it's been posted before in Discord. I'm not 100%. Emma or Brady, if you're still here, if you have my YouTube link, you can post it in Discord as well.
Oh, are they in chat?
Oh, Emma just says, Scott, click the link I just posted in Discord. So
Yeah. Okay. So, even you're still a demon. What's up, Brady?
So how's it going, Brady? Thanks for coming in here. Like I said, I'm probably not going to be live too long, mainly because it is around 9:44 p.m. where I am, and I literally got off of work almost an hour and 45 minutes ago, so I'm a little exhausted.
All right. Well, I'm gonna cut out of here. That way, you get back to your show or your live, whatever you were doing. I'll get to the right
Yeah.
link.
All right,
It's
no
nice
problem.
to meet you again.
Nice meeting you too, Scott.
All right, bud. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there he goes. Okay, so I like how y'all are playing around with him, with Scott calling Emma a demon. It's nice that y'all make fun, that y'all have a little fun with that joke, Emma, Brady, or Hatman. So I forgot what I was talking about before. I forgot what I was talking about before he came up. Cows Australia says, "Hey Matthew, have you ever been to Magilla Gorilla Land?" I'm not sure exactly where that is, cause like I said, I'm here in the United States, specifically in the state of Virginia, but I don't know if that's in my state. The only amusement parks that are in my state that I have been to have been like Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, and Kings Dominion and Doswell. If y'all go back on my channel about, I think back in 2022 it was specifically, I did do one video of me in the amusement park known as Kings Dominion when they opened up the ride to Bealey, which I'm also going to try to do another amusement park video next year when I'm going to do another amusement park next year when they opened up the new, I think it was called I forgot the name of the new ride they're opening up in Volcano's old plot of land. Like I said, you got to go to Cedar Point. It's funny you say that, Michael. I actually had a coworker from my last job who I'm friends with still mentioned that he eventually wants to go to Cedar Point too. Maybe eventually, if I get my season pass upgraded to where I could do that, maybe me and him will go to that park together. But and also Heaven says, this is how a chat is supposed to move, unlike JP's. Here, I'll just bring it up here, where it only moves for a few moments when Adonis Paul and co. said rate it and scare him into turning on approved users. You're right, Hatman. That is how a chat is supposed to be. See, that's the thing too. At least I have people who are willing to be respectful in the chats and they actually like to chat amongst themselves. See, I'm a lot really flexible when it comes to just letting people talk amongst themselves. I mean, if it's nothing addressed to me, then I just let it be. Unlike JP, where he gets so upset when he finds out that other people who are supporters of his would just be talking either in the chat amongst each other or in private or whatever on different things. And he just gets so upset about it, and he really should not be that upset. I mean, really. But yep, looks like Scott finally got in here. And don't worry about it, Scott. Also, so Brady, I'm not sure if you already saw it earlier, but I did post the panel link if you wanted to come up and say hi or talk about a few things. Like I said, I want to try to keep this stream going for at least an hour. I'm not sure what else there is to talk about aside from celebrating the fact that I've been on YouTube for 8 years. But like I said, I guess I will bring this up again. But earlier today, when I posted my first my 8 years on YouTube milestone video as well, I did feature a little bit of footage from my very first video I ever posted, and y'all can see how much of a difference, how much of a change I look when it comes to how I look. Because like I said, I'm a lot skinnier than I was back then, and especially right here, like this area was a lot more like thicker back then. And Brady says, thanks, bro. I can't come out right now, but I appreciate it. No problem, Brady. Like I said, I felt that at least I got Scott to come up here earlier. Hopefully we get at least one more person that eventually comes up on the panel. If JP actually decides to end the stream, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Brady, but didn't I see something before I went live saying that JP was also live, like right around the time I just got off work? Let me know. But Brady says, you've grown up on here. And I think, yes, I have. Like I said, I started my channel when I was literally 10, as of today, 8 years ago, I was 17 when I first started the channel, but I was 18 when I posted my first video. Michael says, JP is gaining all the weight. You are losing. The Emma has caused him distress to eat for 6 months. Ha! That's funny, Michael. Luna says, Matthew, are you prepared to enter the multiverse of the Troll Wars? Not really. Not really, Luna. Like I said, I try not to talk about too much drama stuff, especially on this channel. This channel is specifically supposed to be family friendly, and every now and then I might talk about something, but it's not like repetitive, unlike kind of like how JP is always repetitive. Like he'll claim that he's trying to move on and stuff, but then he'll just go live the next day and just talk about the same crap, which is why I stopped supporting him, especially after he ambushed me 3 months ago and turned that stream that was supposed to be talking about my vacation into a whole verbal fight between him and Emma, which I still find hilarious to this day. And congratulations to Emma for basically sticking it to JP. And And I still was so upset when he kept calling her the C word, like constantly. Brady says, someone donated the e-begging while my weed vape pathetic little fella. Oh, wow. I mean, how much do you want to bet that it was probably Casey? Which that's another thing that really makes no sense to me is that Casey. It's funny because 3 months ago he said he wasn't going to have Casey come in his chats anymore, and then he immediately goes and brings it right back a couple of days later. It's just ridiculous. Simply says, what movie are you going to review next? Well, to be fair, I mean, I recently just saw both Moana 2 this past Wednesday and Wicked, but I never posted the reviews on them. I did, however, rate them on Letterboxd. If you don't know what Letterboxd is, it's kind of like Rotten Tomatoes in a way, but just much more cleaner and stuff. Okay, if you say so, Luna. But because is Moana 2 worth the $20 for a ticket? Well, actually, I can tell you right now that a ticket, I don't think the highest price for a ticket at the movie theaters like near where I live, for example, this is normally after 3:00, but most of the highest price for a ticket is I think $15 for a ticket, not 20. But I can tell you right now with Moana 2, I didn't like it as much as the first movie, but I still thought it was an entertaining film. So it's up to you, cause if you want to go see that movie. And Michael says, do I like Lord of the Rings? Yes, actually. I've actually been rewatching both them and the Hobbit movies like the last few weeks. So that's, and I'm really hoping that they actually fix the Lord of the Rings when it comes to the Amazon show. I didn't watch season 2 yet. I started watching a little bit of season 1 because I've heard so many bad things about it, and I don't understand why. But so hopefully eventually I'll go back and watch the Rings of Power show on Amazon Prime. But because the whole thing is just too expensive. If it wasn't as good as the first one, why the hell would I pay $15 plus popcorn, icing? Yeah, I totally understand. Cause I mean, if I were you though, cause I'm not sure if you have this ability, but I know that that movies like theaters like Regal specifically have this thing called Regal Unlimited, where you can actually get your tickets for basically for free, and you don't have to pay anything for the ticket, and you can see as many movies as you want. Sure, it's a monthly like subscription that you have to pay though, which in my case it's $24.49 a month for Regal Unlimited. Now it does give you 10% off of concession items, so that's the only real positive about the Regal Unlimited. Now you can also, every time you go to the movie theater, you can also use your membership to earn enough points to be able to get a free small drink or popcorn. And if you want to upgrade it to like a large, for example, for a popcorn, you would only pay $1 versus whatever it is, even with the 10% discount. So that's one thing I've been learning ever since I started using the Regal Unlimited stuff. Carl says that's not bad. $25 a month for unlimited movies. Yeah, that is not bad. Brady says the Amazon show was very bad. Yeah, Brady, like I said, I've only, I think, watched half of the first season of The Rings of Power, and I haven't even watched season 2 yet. Mostly because I don't have Amazon Prime at the moment. I did have to watch it last time I went to my mom's house. I found out she has Amazon Prime, so I just watched the show at her house when I was visiting her for something. Like, for example, yesterday I was there trying to watch it, and unfortunately my little sister was being a pain because she wanted to watch something when I was there, and she was watching some movie I never heard of. And she always complains that I don't want to share the TV, and it's like, I mean, I don't live there with her, so she could have used the TV at any time she wanted before I got there. Normally, you think that the TV should be allowed to any guests who are there, and since I no longer live with my mom, I should be allowed to use the TV. But my sister basically forced me to only watch like the first full episode of season 1 and like half the second episode of season 1 of The Rings of Power. But now I don't know if this is true, but one thing it's funny you mentioned this, Brady, because I don't know if this is true or per se, but I heard a lot of rumors that that Peter Jackson, who directed the original Lord of the Rings, and the along with the actor Andy Serkis, may be making a movie called The Hunt for Gollum, which takes place before the events of the very first film, The Fellowship of the Ring. Supposedly, and Andy Serkis is actually going to be the one directing the movie, and he's still playing the character too, which is going to be an interesting take. But yeah, so you're going to see Spiral 2 on Sunday with that, man. That's great, Emma. Like I said, I haven't seen either Smile. I mean, I kind of saw Smile 1, but it was through a stream or a streaming service because I'm not too fond of movies with jump scares. A lot of jump scares for that matter. I mean, the only horror movies I've actually watched in theaters as of this moment have been the Scream movies that were directed by the Radio Silence duo over the last couple years. I watched both Scream 5 and Scream 6 when they were in the theater. So aside from that, but yeah, so like I said, whenever it comes to horror movies, so far the only movies I've seen that are horror related have been, like I said, the Scream movies. And hey Al, love, how's it going? But like I said, the next movie I'm planning to see, I don't know which movie comes out first. I think if I recall correctly, I think it's Kraven the Hunter is the first December movie coming out that I'm planning to see, I think. And then, funny enough, there are 2 movies that come out on my birthday next month that I'm contemplating on which one I should see first, and that's Sonic the Hedgehog 3, which I also just did my trailer reaction a couple days ago, which surprisingly that trailer reaction has already gotten over 900 views, which is shocking. I didn't think it would get that much in the last few days. But yeah, I can't wait either, Michael. It's nice to see Neve Campbell back in the Scream universe. The only reason why she wasn't in the last one was because of a pay dispute behind the scenes, and she thinks that because she was the original Scream or Final Girl, I should say. I have heard that term used a lot, which is Final Girl. When it comes to a lot of different horror movies, like you had Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode in the Halloween franchise. I don't think you really had a Final Girl in the Friday the 13th movies. And then what else? I don't think the It movies count as whatever, because the only final girl in that movie is I forgot her name. The only girl that's in the Losers Club in that franchise. But like I said, you have Laurie Strode, you have Neve Campbell, Sidney Prescott. Hey, Ann's Crabtoad, welcome to the stream. Basically, Michael says, yes, they are finally paying her what she deserves. She deserves the money. She made the movies into what they are, well, at least helped. Exactly. Oh, Emma says, I love it, shockingly, both the OG and the remake. When you say the OG, are you referring to the TV show that came out, Emma? Because I did recently watch that, too, and I gotta say, I will admit that the TV show isn't as scary as the movies. But that's just me. But I'm not sure if you would agree with me, Emma, on that. But aside from and speaking of the It movies, did you hear about how they're doing an HBO series that is supposed to take place prior to the events of the movies specifically. And I even hear that Bill Skarsgård is going to come back as Pennywise for this HBO show called It Welcome to Derry, I think is what it's called, and it takes place during the 27-year cycle right before the events of the first movie. So if you take 27 years before the events of the first movie, that's when this show is supposed to take place, supposedly. But hello, Spooky Super Sardonic Slime Show. Welcome to the stream. This is just, if you don't know what this is just a stream where I'm celebrating how I've been on YouTube for 8 years. If y'all have any suggestions for me as to what type of family-friendly stuff I should do on the channel, just let me know in the chat. Because, like I said, one thing I discussed it in the video earlier today, but I'm probably gonna go back to doing some of the singing videos that I've done on my channel before. Maybe I'll eventually go back to doing some gaming videos again, because I think the last gaming video I actually did was back when I think I did Crash Bandicoot. I think was the last one I did, but anyways, family friendly. I no clue about that stuff. What all do you normally play? If you're asking what do I play normally, so aside from, if you're talking about video games, oh really? Someone, Reese Witherspoon, is that who you're referring to, Steve? By the way, I was surprised to see you here. Didn't think I'd see you here, Steve. Michael says movie reviews are great, Matthew, especially if you do the movie reactions. They get a ton of views if you play the movie while you react. I know it has to be edited, but there are ways around it. I understand, Michael. Like I said, I've seen some YouTubers movie reactions on both YouTube and Patreon. In fact, I'm subbed to people on Patreon right now that are also on YouTube. They're known as It's Totally Cody and Timothy Reacts. If y'all haven't heard of those guys, just look their names up on YouTube. They're pretty cool. Luna says, Matthew, I have all your singing saved on MP3 files so I can make a mixtape album. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool, Luna. He also says, look up Popcorn in bed, Matthew. She does it really well. I'm not 100%, Michael, but I think I've heard of her. Or him. Yeah, her. You said she does it, so. But it says, yeah, I'll watch you play whatever as long as Emma vouches for you. She's never done wrong by me or mine's movie reviews. I know you said family friendly, but I watch a lot of horror flick review guys. Yeah, like I said, I'm somewhat of a horror person. I mean, I the only horror movies I've seen in the theaters have been the Scream movies, like I said before. But aside from that, and also I guess Steve Billings is in here. Not sure if you heard about what happened 3 months ago, Steve, but I finally decided to fully flip on JP after he ambushed me on my stream a couple months ago while I was on vacation. Basically, he was saying I should be ashamed of myself for even watching Emma 666, and she had to come and defend me in where I sent her the link to the panel and stuff, and she came up and basically hammered JP, but and thanks, Steve, for congratulating me on 8 years. Yeah, like I said, I know a lot of crazy stuff has happened especially in the last 4 years. Because if you remember, Steve, back when in 2020 when the pandemic was going on here in the U.S., I remember how you and me used to have beef, especially after I was going after Isaac for what for back then, mainly because of him going out to some of my newest friends at the time, like Colby, and even though I don't talk to him anymore, there was that kid Blanker who I'm still pretty upset with that he didn't tell me that he was a lot younger than he said he was. But Spooky says you're related to that nasty JP guy. Yeah, he is bad news. You did good handing his trust over to Emma so she could get him then. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, but I will admit, Spookies, I was so pissed off with JP when he ambushed me. Because again, he will believe anything that comes out of people that are supporting him's mouth, especially people like Casey and Porchman. Because again, it was really Porchman's fault that I flipped on JP because back in August. Because again, he went and told JP, just because I said I watched some of Emma's stuff at the time, I was still like half and half until he came up and basically ambushed me, saying I should be ashamed of myself and that I'm easily manipulated and this, that, and the third. And I just couldn't take it. As soon as Emma, and plus Emma can even vouch for this, as soon as she found out that JP was on my chat and up on my panel back then, and he was basically criticizing me and ambushing me, she came up and defended me. And I am severely thankful for her for doing that. And honestly, I haven't really watched any of JP's streams ever since then. I mean, sure, I participated in some of the watch parties on on Discord, but it's hardly ever that I do it. Ray says, I've seen about every movie ever. I was a manager at a Blockbuster video store like 30 years ago. Okay, that's pretty cool, Brady. Yeah, this Blockbuster, I tell you, I don't even think there's one around anymore. And I don't know if this is still in the state, but I remember many years ago, I was up in Massachusetts one time, and I swear, similar to like how you have GameStop, which is for video games stuff, I swear there was a similar store with the same type of logo, theme, whatever, but it was called Movie Stop, which I thought was weird. But I can't believe that there was like a GameStop like store, but called Movie Stop, and it was for movies, whether they were new or old. It was pretty funny. I feel like Movie Stop was similar to Blockbuster possibly, but unlike Blockbuster, you can actually buy the movies just like you do at a normal store. Michael says there's one Blockbuster left in Oregon. Wow, that's way on the other side of the country from where I live. But so I guess going back to what I was saying about what I might do on the future of this side of the YouTube, like I said, throughout the next year on my channel there's definitely going to be a lot of interesting content that I'm going to do on this channel specifically. Like I said, sometime in the summer next year, I'm going to be going to Universal on vacation again because they are opening up Epic Universe, and I will try to do some videos inside of each of the themed lands, hopefully. Now, one thing I will hopefully need to work on a little bit, and I'm not sure if you still want to help with this, Emma, because I know you said you had a special thing that I could possibly go to when making thumbnails for my videos, because I really do want to try to make a thumbnail make thumbnails for my videos, because apparently the more videos that have thumbnails and how, depending on how interesting they are, Emma says Canva. Yeah, I'll definitely look that up, Emma. But like I said, I do want to try to make my thumbnails more interactive. Like honestly, whenever I do videos, like say, like for example, my Sonic 3 trailer reaction I did a couple days ago, I had to go and literally physically look up a 1280 by 720 image from Sonic 3, and that's how what I used to do my stream and whatnot, or to do my to use as my thumbnail. And like I said, when it comes to editing my videos, though, I do have Filmora, like I said, I use Filmora to edit my videos because we notice I have an intro at the beginning of every video. And then I have an outro at the very end. I mean, I wish I could use other like special features on Filmora when it comes to editing my videos, but I'm not 100% sure how to use most of them. Emma says, I can make some for you if you want the free version. Sucks, and it's like $25 a month. And that's cool, Emma. Like I said, the only videos that I try to use thumbnails for, if I can't find them, are like my trailer reactions for movies or even my movie reviews. Those are the only videos that I truly try to use thumbnails for on my channel. But okay, and sorry if I'm starting to sound like I'm out of breath. It's because I don't even have a drink in here, and I've been talking for so long, and it's already past the hour mark. So, like I said, I mainly decided to come up here and do a live stream after I got off work, even though I was exhausted from working. Like I said, I just wanted to celebrate with you guys on the fact that I've been on YouTube for 8 years now, and I've changed a lot over the years. I've lived in many different places over the 8 years. I've met so many new people. Some are great like you guys, and some are bad like JP, unfortunately, which it's like you said, Emma, when you were confronting him, he will never let go of the past. He wants to talk about not letting go of the past. He's clearly the one who gets Scott says, get Emma up on panel. Well, that's if she wants to come up. Scott, I know she said she wasn't able to at the time because she was talking with Hatman. I mean, Emma, if you want to come up on panel, just right before I end it, just let me know. Because like I said, I do want to have at least one other person pop up on panel before I end it. So, because like I said, I try not to stay up too late either. I always try to usually when I do make videos and stuff, I try not to stay up past drop the link up. Okay, let me post it really quick, Emma. There we go. There's the link, Emma, if you want to come up really quick. Like I said, I'm probably not going to be up here too much longer because, like I said, I try not to stay up past at least 11:30. Normally, when it gets to 11:30 at night where I am, I always try to be either in my bedroom, just watching TV straight from my bed. Scott's up here again. Hey, Scott.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. Like I said, I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to stay up here because I try not to stay up past midnight where I am. Here she is. Hey, Emma.
That's not leave long enough.
Oh, shit, I had my volume down, sorry.
That's okay. So how's it going, Emma?
Your 8 years.
Yeah, thanks. Like I said, I've definitely changed. If you went and saw the video I posted earlier, Emma, I think I even sent you a message earlier saying that it would be around the 9-minute to 10-minute mark of the video, where I brought you up. But I'm
gonna go back and watch the half hour that I missed.
Well, it wasn't Oh, you mean from the stream or the video?
Yeah, from this stream.
Okay.
I missed a bit of it. I missed like 20 minutes of it.
Okay, well that's fine. But yeah, like I was saying, like I said in the video I posted earlier in the day, though, I did give you a shout out. I think I even put your channel link in the description of the video.
Oh, thank you. I shared you on my community tab and I posted it in the Discord. Next time when you post your stream, before you drop the link, just put @everyone, and then just
put in the Discord, or
when you post it in the Discord, just put @everyone and then a couple spaces, and then post your link, and then that way everybody that's in the server will get the notification that you're live.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Because if you just put it in the casual chat, then it will just depend if there's only 15 people on, that's all it's going to see it. But if you tag like go in and see how I did it when you get off of here, you'll see that I put like at everyone, please come say hi to Matthew. It's his 8-year celebration. And then I dropped your link, but it'll notify everyone in the Discord. So anyone that's like on their phones or whatever will get an alert that there's a message, right? Because I tagged everybody, so they can ignore it or they can come in. Yeah, so I dropped it in mine, and then I dropped it in Man Babies. So you might get like replay watchers and stuff like that. I posted it on my tab as well.
Yeah, like I said, I'm probably just gonna do the same thing I always do with my streams, though, is either make it unlisted or privated. Mainly because, again, like I was saying before, this is supposed to be a family-friendly channel, and I try not to talk about too much drama. But if I do, I sometimes am not able to.
You legit barely even spoke about drama. I would not make this private. You're not going to grow your channel if you keep on unlisting your streams.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the last time I actually, if you go on my channel right now, and go into the live stuff, the last one I did, I think, was a long time ago, and that was actually a gaming video that was supposed to be a gaming video, but I was streaming it at the time.
Yeah, this one was totally fine. You just talked about like a little bit about JP, but it was nothing like aggressive or anything like that. You were talking about like your trips and like, you know, that all your different stuff. So like I would leave it up if I were you. Like you got some good likes on it. You already got 15 likes on the stream.
Yeah, and like I said, I think I even looked it up before I started the live, but I'm currently 35 subs away from reaching 1,500 subs, and I was going to do another like a subscriber milestone video too eventually when I get to that point.
Oh, I forgot that was your goal as well. So like if you guys have like if you want, only I'm just asking like only if you guys want, if you guys have Twitters or you have community tabs or anything like that, if you could post Matthew's channel on your community tab and just ask people to please go and subscribe so that he can get to his goal. Thank you, Anna. So you got a new sub there, Anna. She saw my community tab. There's Round Eye. He just came in the chat as well. But yeah, if you guys can share out Matthew's channel, that would be great, because if we can get him up to his goal for 8 years, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, and it's besides, even though I already have reached one milestone when it comes to doing stuff on YouTube, which I want to start being able to like monetize my videos too. And but
is it because you need more watch hours?
Yeah, the watch hours, I think you need like 4,000 to actually monetize the videos, and you need 3,000 for something. I'm not sure.
No, you need it's 3,000 now. They dropped it. So like if you want, it's kind of like your base, not basic. I don't want to say basic, but it's like to monetize now, they've dropped it to, you need 500 subs. And I don't know, I've lost track of how many people I've told this to that had no idea, because they were like, I need to get to 1,000. I need to get to 1,000. And I'm like, you do know that you need 500 subs only to monetize now? And they're like, are you joking? And I'm like, no. And like 2 days later, they're monetized.
Yeah, it's funny because I think when I first started my channel back 8 years ago, I think within the first year, they said that I needed around 500 subs, or I think it was 10,000 views at the time. And then after I reached 10,000 views on my channel at the time, because they said I needed one or the other, and then I reached 10,000 views. I went to check, and they said, that's when they switched it to being 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours, and I'm like, what the? Like,
now it's 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours now, and then when you get to 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours, I believe it unlocks like a couple of more features, but they're not like anything major. So do you have like the 3,000 watch hours?
Not right now. I think if I go back to my YouTube studio right now, let me check right now under the earn section, because it tells me how many watch hours I have under earn. If this thing will load. Oh, there it goes. Come on. Earn.
You're welcome, Anna.
This thing is taking forever. But yeah, like I said, I mentioned this earlier, but my my Sonic the Hedgehog 3 trailer reaction that I did back on the 25th already has over 900 views, which is
That's
weird.
great.
I didn't expect it to get that much.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and I have noticed too that okay, here it is. So right now this says as of the 24th, my current watch hours sit at 444 public watch hours.
Oh, but that's because you keep unlisting videos.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Because you have to have your watch hours have to be public. So if I were you, I would go through your older videos that have like I don't know, decent watch hours or views. Because I know before, like when I first discovered you, like when I came into your lives, you would only have like 3 people in here. And then you would say like because you didn't get because your likes were low or something like that, you were gonna unlist the stream. But like
Well,
you've got 14 people in here now and you have 17 likes on this. You're gonna get good watch hours on this. I would definitely not make it on because you're never gonna be able to monetize if you keep unlisting the videos or making them definitely the one where I came up with JP. I could totally understand making that one like private because obviously that is not family friendly.
exactly.
But
And
you know, there's a few people in the chat right now saying that they're subbing right now, so you've got a few new subs already.
Yeah, like I said, the only reason why I think back before I met you, obviously, Emma, like I said, the reason why I was privating my streams all the time was it was back when I had beef with Isaac specifically, and there were times where I would do a live and after I ended, I'd go back and look at it, and it had so many dislikes or whatever, like way more dislikes than likes.
Yeah,
and it was because of all the beef we had with each other, and I just don't like seeing a video with more dislikes than likes, and that's why I was always privating them or unlisting them.
You know what? It's engagement anyways, and you can always, if it bothers you that much, you can always just disable it so that you don't have to see it.
Well,
You have good like
the dislikes are already disabled.
You're pushing 20. You're pushing 20 likes on this video, which is amazing. You know, and I never heard about that, Anne, because like when I started streaming, I was able to monetize my channel after like a month. I just never have. I might at some point do memberships only, but I'm going to keep my AdSense off. Like I don't want ads because I want to still be able to play music and stuff like that. So I won't turn my ads on. Like I'm not doing the AdSense. Like I have to register for the AdSense, but I'll just always have it turned off. And I won't do super chats either, just because YouTube takes such a massive cut of super chats. Like they take 40% off the top of that. And I hate that for people. I hate when people, I would hate for people to like send me a super chat and know that like 40% of that is getting taken off the top of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I said, whenever I do finally get to monetize my stuff or whatever, like going back to what you were saying about the ads, even though I can't monetize and stuff right now, I still don't like it when I go to watch a YouTube video and it constantly like plays ads, not just at the beginning. Like you'll be in the middle of the video and then out of nowhere, boom, an ad pops up and it's like, what the heck? I was watching the video.
Yeah, some people put like max ads on, like, and it's really irritating because it'll be the same thing. I'll be watching a video and like legitimately every 3 minutes an ad pops up and it irks my fucking soul because it's like every 3 minutes an ad is coming up, and most of the time it's like non-skippable ads, and they'll be like back-to-back non-skippable ads, and I'm like, oh, I hate this so much.
I mean, I've been wanting to sign up for YouTube Premium, which allows you to not have the ads pop up when you're watching a video. Every time I try to sign up for that, it keeps on saying that I'm trying to remember exactly what it says, but I go to put in my information and stuff to be able to pay whatever the monthly thing is for premium, and it keeps on saying my Google account or whatever is not authorized or something like that, and I have to speak to some admin. And I'm like, what the heck is this about? Talking to an admin?
Really?
Yeah, like every time I try to go in there and put my information down, it keeps on saying that my Google account isn't authorized or something about talking to an admin.
Well, I'm just gonna tell, like, while there's, you know, I don't know how many people. There's like 15 people in here, I think. If you guys want to help Matthew out as well to like boost up his watch hours, put a bunch of his videos, like this live stream, his videos, and put them on a playlist, which I'll do tonight. I'm gonna put like a bunch of your videos. I'll put like as many as I can possibly put on there. While I'm sleeping, because what will happen is like if you put it on, if I put like you on a playlist and I put like a bunch of your videos on there, like I'll put this live stream on there too, and then I'll put a bunch of your videos on there as well, and then I'll just go to sleep, but I'll put it on mute because so then you get the watch hour still. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like I said, crap, I had a thought and now I lost it. I think I was gonna say that that when I had the thought and I keep losing it. What was I gonna say?
You were talking about ads and premium.
Oh yeah, yeah. When it comes to YouTube Premium, like I said, I like watching a video without having to get interrupted and stuff, and it's like I wish I could figure out why it keeps doing that, and I hate when some people, like you said, turn it on to the max ad thing where it just doesn't let you skip an ad. Like it goes for over 60 seconds, whatever, and it doesn't let you skip anything.
Yeah, I hate that. I can't stand it when I can't skip an ad. Hatman doesn't use premium. He canceled his premium and he uses it's called Brave, and it gets rid of the ads.
Oh, okay. Actually, now I remember what I was about to say earlier. It was when you said you were going to put some of my videos and stuff in the playlist. There are some videos on my channel from my past that where I actually do like skits and stuff too. Like I know I'm too old to be. Oh, hold on, someone else is in here. Rick Zilla. Do you know who that is?
Oh, hey, Rick. Yeah, Rick has been with me forever and been around since before I've been around.
2022.
Yeah, he's been around forever.
Yep.
Rick is one of my mods.
Yep, I am.
Oh, that's
How's it
cool,
going, Rick?
Hey, I'm good.
What you been up to?
Not much.
Anyways, I'm going back to what I was saying about some of the videos I posted on my channel, where the ones that have had like skits and stuff. This is a show that I grew up with when I was younger, but I did like a review of something of a movie based on it like a couple of years ago in 2022. It was called Blues Big City Adventure, and it's based off of that show Blues Clues. I grew up watching that show, and I did a little skit with you can't really see it right now, but right that big black thing over there is a green screen that I've used in the past for some of my videos.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Yeah, and like you basically you lay it down and then you just pull it up, whatever, and it stays in place. And I used that in that review I did for Blues Big City Adventure, where I pretend I'm actually in Steve's house and I'm walking onto from off camera and I do like the same sort of stuff he did in the show where I say, do you see a clue? And then it shows that it's the movie review. And then I even tried to do the little skidoo pose that he did.
That's
and
super
I made
creative.
So
it's like one of those. It's like a green screen that's like you can like pull it out like a projector kind of thing.
Yeah, actually, let me see if I can pull it out right now just to show you like how it looks when I. Sorry, I gotta. Come on. All right. Let me. Right, so it's not
yeah, like a projector. That's cool.
Yeah, so like you can see how when I let go, it stays like it.
Yeah.
It stays on. But yeah, I use this green screen a lot in some of my videos, especially if I want to do like some type of skit, like I said with the Blues Clues thing. And I have done skits with some of my other friends who live in my state too. Like there's one guy whose name is similar to mine. His name is Matthew too, but he's known as Matthew Davis Media. Mm-hmm. He's even under my friends list on my YouTube channel. But he's been on YouTube longer than me. I think he started back in 2012.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Rick knows who everybody is.
Yeah, I've been around the circuit for a while. I just never
Yeah.
posted videos.
I've
But yeah,
looked.
my
I
friend Matthew
don't think
Davis
I've
is,
ever, in the 2.5 years I've known Rick, I don't think I've ever said a creator's name that is like so obscure and like I didn't think anyone would know it. And Rick's like, "Oh yeah, I know who that is," and I'm just like, "Oh Jesus."
well, like I said, my friend Matthew Davis Media, he's got over 8,000 subs on his channel, and his
Oh wow.
videos, yeah, his videos definitely get a lot more views than mine. But I mean, but some of my videos like are very rare. Like I said, the Sonic trailer reaction I did a couple of days ago has almost 1,000 views right now, which is insane. And
That's great.
you notice that some of my other videos, like in the last few weeks, some of them have less than 50 views, whatever, in some cases. But and again, it's very rare if any video I post gets over 100 views. And whenever one doesn't get over 100 views, I guess I just didn't do a good job in putting the video together, obviously. But one video I did do a couple of months ago with my friend Matthew Davis Media as well is I did a little skit where I'm in my car, whatever, and he's pretending to be a cop with a little gun that he had, and it was for my review of Bad Boys Ride or Die. It came out
Oh
earlier
yeah,
this
I've
year.
heard about that.
Yeah, and I even played the music too in the background after he says the phrase "What you gonna do when they come for you," and it just cuts to me sitting in my car like. And then it was like zooming in on my face as the song plays, which
That's
I
great.
really, yeah. I try my best to come up with certain skits for videos, whether it's for a movie review or something like that.
Definitely, you need to start leaving your stuff up, and if the dislike to likes, whatever bother you, turn them off. Like this one, I don't think you have any dislikes on
obviously,
this
if I
one.
turn it off, I obviously won't be able to see it on the main YouTube channel. But if I go into my YouTube studio, I'll still be able to see how many likes and dislikes there are.
Well, you know what though? But all of it is engagement for one. For two, like dislikes or likes, that YouTube doesn't care. It's engagement. For one, and for two, if it bothers you, don't go into your studio and look at the dislikes to likes. Like I don't care. I leave mine open because I don't care. I always have like 5 dislikes on my thing, and I already know who all those people are. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, same.
I don't ever care. So it's like, but this one, you've got 20 likes on this video already on this live stream. You've been going for an hour and 30 minutes. You're gonna have a few hundred views on this for sure. And I would just keep your live streams up and try to do them a little more frequently. Like try to do a schedule for yourself.
Before I did the stream, I literally got
No,
off.
but try to just do like a schedule for yourself where you just kind of like set aside like 2 times a month even that you're going to live stream. Like, you know what I mean? If it's,
well, I did originally try to do at least once a month usually, but
yeah, try to do like once a month and just keep the live stream up. Don't focus on the numbers or the dislikes or any of that. Just keep it up because you should have been monetized a long time ago. And if you see any videos that you think like that you've privated or anything like that you think were good videos, but you took them down because you had dislikes on them or whatever, put them back as public. Just let me know what they are, and I'm happy to share them on my community tab, and we can post them in the Discord, and then people will come and watch and like, you know, bump up your likes, give you some watch hours. Because like to have a channel that's 8 years old and only have 400 public watch hours, you know what I mean? Like you're not doing yourself any favors.
Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying, Emma. I mean, like I said, it's funny because like I said, I'm about to reach 1,500 subscribers, but it took me 5.5 years, almost between 5 to 5.5 years before I reached that 1,000 subscriber milestone.
Yeah.
And I did kind of do a skit in that video too when I reached 1,000. And I'm not sure if you've heard of this YouTuber. He's from Ireland originally, but he's known as Jacksepticeye on YouTube.
Oh, I know who he is.
Yeah, I kind of copied what he did. What'd you say, Emma?
I know who he is.
Rick does. Rick knows who it is. I have no idea who that is.
Oh,
he's like one of those.
He's an Irish YouTuber, and he even wears a similar hat like the one I'm wearing. When he first started, when I first started watching him, he was wearing a hat like this in all of his videos, especially his gaming videos. And the one I first found out the first gaming video I found out about Jacksepticeye was him playing a game called Goat Simulator. It was really funny stuff when I first watched it. And
I don't know anything about games.
Yeah, but anyways, basically, when he did his, I think when he did his, he did it for his 1,500 subscriber milestone. But he basically in my video when I reached 1,000, it starts out with me like laying in my bed as if with my hat on too, as if I go to sleep like that, and I just wake up going, it's a new day, whatever. Let's go check my YouTube channel, and I walk up screen, and then it cuts to me in the other room, and I'm like, let's see what's going on, and then I go have like a shocked face on my face, and then it cuts to my screen saying that I had over 1,000 subs, and I'm just like, yes, finally, and then it just plays my intro.
Yeah, that's great, and like you should definitely like, I would definitely make some of your. If you want, it's up to you. I would go through.
Well,
like,
I think most of those streams though that you're referring to that are private, I think some of them have actually. I think back then I was so frustrated with some of the ones that had so many dislikes, and I think I know which ones that I did that were, like you said, the ones that aren't as like family friendly and stuff. A lot of those I actually deleted for good, or whatever. And one of them in particular was the one when I first had beef with Isaac. He came onto my stream back in December of 2020, and that was when that was when he was back then when we used to have beef. He was threatening me with things like he even he mentioned my parents' names, whatever. Like he was
but that's all squashed. I wouldn't even like talk about stuff like that anymore. I would just stay with what you're doing. Do your movie reviews and stuff. And if you want to do spicier stuff, you opened a new channel for that. Your Matt Defense channel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like,
so like you can go live over there. You know what I mean? Like if you want to, if you're just like feeling like, I don't know, letting loose and you just want to have like kind of a spicier panel or something like that, just go on your Matt Defense channel and then just make sure you keep this one like the family friendly one. You might even with the Matt Defense one, because that one gets you of like 30, 35 people in there sometimes. That one might get your watch hours might get up before this one kind of thing, because you keep privating everything on here. Like you have to leave stuff public on here. If you want to get monetized, you have to leave stuff public on here. Like if I ever monetize, I'm not going to have my super chats enabled, and I'm not going to have the ads running. Like I might just do it for memberships, because I've had a lot of people ask, but I don't think I'm going to even consider it until I hit like the 5,000 subscriber mark, because I'm getting very close to 4. So I'm going to consider it maybe. Like I'm not worried about it now, because it's kind of like I'm moving soon, and I have so much on my plate right now that I'm not worried about that right now. Like I'll do that when I'm settled and moved and all of that good stuff kind of thing. I'm not going to worry about that.
So are you willing to at least share whether you're going to stay in Canada when you move, or if you're going to the US?
No, I won't be. I know I'm going to be moving out of Canada.
Okay, well, I mean, are you moving to the US or
no UK?
Oh, interesting. It's funny. I think that's actually where Jacksepticeye lives at the moment, is in the UK. Yeah. I mentioned him earlier, but yeah, like I said, I'm probably going to take your advice though, Emma, and just leave this stream up after I'm done with it.
Yeah, this stream was totally family friendly. There was nothing bad said in here.
Yeah,
no, not at all. I guess
the reason why I'm going to leave it up is the one upside is that a certain somebody didn't come in and try to ambush me again.
No, and if he tried to do that on this channel, I would just tell you to kick him off.
Yeah, like I said, next time he actually comes up in the backstage, for example, like if I ever do another stream where I'm doing a panel and stuff, if he comes up, I'm going to specifically say that that the second I bring him up, if he tries to talk about anything related to drama between you,
I would do that if you're on your other one, the spicier one, the Matt.
I don't think he knows about that one. That's the issue.
You can tag him in it if you want him to come up on that panel, but like you can go do it on that one. But if he comes up on this one and he like ruins your entire stream, that sucks. So don't do that on here. I wouldn't do it on here. Hey Heather, good to see you.
Yeah, and it's funny you keep saying the name Heather, Emma, and at first it makes me, the second you say it, I'm like, is this the Heather that she's been covering or a different Heather?
No, it's another. There's so many. I know so many Heathers. I know
The
like
good
4
Heather.
Heathers now. She says, "Hey Matthew, congratulations on 8 years. Not sure how long I can stay, but wanted to swing by and say congratulations and show support."
Thanks a lot, Heather. I appreciate that. It's funny because I have a stepsister whose name is also Heather.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see her as much, and she actually has a kid of her own too, and so even though she's my stepsister, I'm still concerned myself to be an uncle in some way to her kid.
Oh,
But even though I don't see them as much as I normally do, like my mom and my sisters and stuff, but in fact, I spent Thanksgiving dinner at my mom's house yesterday too. So
That's nice.
yeah, that is
yeah,
nice.
I always, whenever I have a special thing like Thanksgiving or Christmas, like coming up, for example, I always go to my mom's house to spend Christmas and open presents and stuff. And I think it's ironic that I get much more presents than anybody else. Because I was born 5 days before Christmas, so I'm basically a Christmas baby. I think is the term.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, so like I said, I get basically presents within 5 days of each other because of how close my birthday is to Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, one thing I'm not sure how much this is going to affect me after my birthday this next month, but I know that I'm turning 26, so, and I know that I think I get taken off my mom's health insurance after I turn 26, and she's been trying to help me set up my own like health insurance that can cover me when I have to do stuff like go to the dentist or the eye doctor, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that happened to me too.
Because
of my glasses, but
I couldn't imagine not having universal healthcare. I just can't. Like even the UK has universal healthcare. And we're a commonwealth of the UK anyways, but like I couldn't imagine that, like not having universal healthcare.
Yeah, and like I said, I think another thing I have to consider is the fact that I have the autism disability, and that may factor into the type of health insurance I get. But like I said, the only thing I would really need it for, besides like I said, the dentist and eye doctors, which it's funny because I wasn't diagnosed to wear glasses until I was 3 years old.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've been wearing glasses since I was 3, and so basically 23 years I've been wearing glasses, and I never want to like what's the right term for this? I don't want to like convince myself to eventually finally get contacts or I think this has something to do with lasers, but there's like some procedure where you can get your eyes lasered.
LASIK surgery?
Yeah, LASIK eye
surgery. Where you don't have to wear contacts, but this laser surgery supposedly allows you to see without glasses, whatever.
Well, it's because they go in and they put the contact basically in your eye.
Oh, and even when you go to like sleep or whatever, it doesn't hurt or whatever when you have the contacts in?
No, I mean, you can't go to sleep during the procedure because when we sleep, our eyes roll into the back of our heads, right?
Well, I know. I'm saying after the procedure, like when especially if you're doing laser surgery on your eyes.
Yeah.
Like if your contacts are built in, and after the surgery is done, like if you go to sleep, you can still close your eyes even with the contacts in there.
Yeah, they want you to. They encourage you to like you get like these special kind of they look like almost like construction goggles, but they're thinner, and they put like patches on your eye and stuff like they do one eye at a time, right? Like just to make sure it goes smoothly. But yeah, they put like a patch over it, and they like encourage you to like sleep, right? Because it's healing. But yeah, your eyes, like for the surgery, like, you know, you can't be asleep. They give you a sedative, like they'll give you an Ativan or, you know, whatever that particular place, whatever that particular place offers. They'll give you something to sedate you, but nothing that's going to completely put you under, because your eyes will roll in the back of your head and then they can't perform the procedure. But it's quick too.
I know that my uncle, my dad's brother, apparently got laser eye surgery once, and to be fair, even if I got normal contacts, I think I tried to consider getting normal contacts a long time ago, but every time they try to open my eyes or whatever, they like keep my eyes open to put the contact in. Even when they use like some sort of special device or whatever, I always keep squinting it by accident, and they get really annoyed. and that's why I've been wearing glasses almost my whole life. And
Yeah,
and
some
honestly,
people just like they. Some
right
people
now,
are squeamish with eyes. Some
I
people
mean, do
are
I
just
look
very.
good without my glasses?
You look different without your. I'm used to seeing you with glasses, so.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, and I think I even was told I have 20/20 vision when it comes to wearing glasses, and I was told by somebody at my mom's house yesterday that 20/10 vision is actually better than 20/20.
Oh, really?
Yeah, apparently, because my mom also did my haircut yesterday while I was at her house, and
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you can tell, but when I turn my head, but my hair is a lot shorter than it usually is, and apparently when she did it, some guy claims that because he has 20/10 vision, he could see that my mom formed like a Z on the back of my head or something.
Oh,
And,
jeez.
and he kept referencing freaking Voldemort from Harry Potter.
Oh
Whatever. It's like,
no!
I don't know.
Don't pay attention to people like that.
It's just some friend of my mom's that lives with her, and he was just trying to make a joke. But I will say at least he's more respectful towards me than one of my mom's previous boyfriends from a couple years ago. Where
Yeah.
I don't know if
Hey,
I told you
Leslie.
the story, Emma, but there were back in 2020 when my mom first moved into the house that she's still in to this day. She was living in one of her boyfriend's houses prior to that, and in 2019, this isn't the first apartment I've ever been in, because I was in another apartment on my channel back in 2019, and the only reason why I went to that apartment was because my mom was trying to move in with her boyfriend at the time, and who is way older than her too. She's almost 60 years old now, and he's already in his close to being 90.
Oh,
But
wow.
Ooh, like a
yeah,
fossil.
but basically, he had a spare room that I could have
a
easily
fossil.
used when my mom moved in with him, but he refused to let me live with them because he claims his niece or something stayed in that room every other week, and so my mom was forced to find me an apartment. And back then, I wasn't on like a special thing to help me when it comes to paying my rent and stuff. I mean, I still pay some of my rent, obviously, but I do have help, kind of like Amanda in a way. I think doesn't she have help too? I've
Yeah,
been paying her rent.
assisted housing or whatever.
Yeah, but at least just like me, at least Amanda does have a job though, right? Or
I'm
does
not
she?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know she can take care of herself.
Yeah,
She's got a
exactly. It's
cat.
just
She
like
can take care
me.
of herself. I mean, you're same with you. I mean, you have your own little place. You've got a part-time job. You get,
And
the
and I do
assistance
get
that you
paid.
need and stuff. Like, you're doing well. You do stuff. You go to the gym. You go see movies. You do movie reviews. That's good. It's always good to keep it pushing and like always like be doing
Active,
things that are moving you forward. You never want to be kind of like stagnant.
like JP.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
exactly.
JP.
Yeah, he doesn't even know how taxes or anything work in his own friggin' country. The other day he was filling out his disability paperwork while he was live, and he's like, "See, I have
Well,
to
correct
fill
me if
these
I'm wrong,
he's like, I have to
wasn't
fill these kinds of forms out so people like Emma can keep paying taxes and I can keep living off of her tax dollars. And then I can stay online with all of you beautiful people." And I'm
yeah.
like,
Well, it's funny because didn't he
I'm
say
in
that?
I'm in Canada. My taxes don't affect your disability check.
Exactly. It's only the tax dollars from people in our state, our United States, not the
Yeah.
Yes,
people
but
in Canada or Mexico.
he's a moron, and he thinks I'm Jeremy's mom, Paula. Rickzilla knows who that is.
I know who that is. I know.
JP
The Rage
thinks,
Crow.
yes, the Rage Crow, the Bird
Rage
Queen. Rickzilla, Rick. He thinks I'm Paula.
I know. It could be
Yeah, I
worse.
will admit, and I still haven't done this yet, Emma. But you remember how you kept saying before that on your Twitter or whatever, there's like an actual photo of you and Hatman, and stuff like, and what you
There's lots
actually
of
look like.
photos of me and him. Go scroll my Twitter.
Well, I once tried to do that, but I did it on my phone, and because it takes so long to like go up and down the thing, I was like, I wish I could just search whatever image you're referring to instead of just scrolling down all the time. But maybe eventually I'll go on my Twitter here on my computer and do it that way. But
Yeah, he legitimately like puts my picture next to Paula's picture, and he's like, this is what you think you're looking at, but this is what she really looks like. And I'm like, that's freaking Paula. That's not me. Who told you that was me? And like,
I don't know.
there are so many people that have told him that's not Emma. That's freaking Paula. That's Jeremy's mom. And he triples down on that's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. And then he puts her face on like the thumbnail, and he puts her face, like he'll put her face on like her mugshot. He'll put it like on his phone and like put it in front of his camera, and then he'll bash on her looks. And I'm like, you're not offending me. That's not me.
You're offending Paula.
Yeah, you're not saying I haven't. Like, I'm not going to repeat what he said because I don't want it's PG over here. But he was like saying all kinds of like terrible stuff about her face, and I was literally screaming. I was laughing so hard because I'm like, that's not me. You're not bothering me because that's not me. That's a whole other YouTuber.
Oh man, it'd be funny if he did piss off Paula and she sends her hens after him. Then
that's what I said. I'm like, if you want to go there and she eventually finds out, because I mean, Rick, you obviously know this, Round Eye obviously knows this too, but like, she simps for Tragic. You know what I mean?
Well, Tragic, he's a different breed of his own.
And Tragic is over with she simps for Tragic. Tragic simps for Isaac. So it's like, it's going to get back to her at some point. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, you're an idiot. Why are you like inviting like people to like harass you? Like, you're so stupid. But I'm like, look, if he wants to say it's me, I don't care. It's not me. I'm like, whatever. If it makes you feel better at night to cope and seethe, like he thinks I live in North Carolina. I'm like, oh my God, you are just like next level dumb. Like, oh my God.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Rick.
Sorry, that's okay. I was just making a joke, say a song.
Oh, okay. Well, I was about to say, two things. One, I don't know if this actually happened, or maybe I'm just imagining this in my head, but I swear at one point, I think this happened back when you first covered JP, and sure, I was still at the time supporting him, but I thought when I went back to your first stream where you covered him or whatever, I don't know if this was on his channel or your channel at the time, but I swear there was at one point where he tried to say that you guys think that mugshot of him that you used in your thumbnail or whatever was not actually him or whatever, and that it was just some guy he knew. And I'm
no.
I'm like, it's clearly
he likes
JP.
to say that the mugshot is old, and it's like, okay, well, it doesn't change the fact that it's mugshot. And I used it one time because when I used it, it was my introductory stream to JP 8 months ago. It was like, I think it was titled Meet Jonathan Haldeman, a histrionic fail mail, and it had his mugshot and then a couple of other pictures on the thumbnail of him. I've used it, I think, one time or two times on my thumbnail. That's it. I always use like more current stuff of him, and I just get more creative with the thumbnails. And then he lied the day before yesterday too. He also said the cops are coming down hard on me, which is not accurate because there's literally that phone call that I made where the cops are like, no, because I called them to confirm I'm not calling them. And he divulged all that. He divulged all that information about like there was an open APS case and like their criminal charges might be laid. And I'm just like, ooh, Jesus. And so, but he was like, no, he's like, we know you're not calling. Yeah, this jives with what JP does. And like with him even knowing that there's a recorded call with a law enforcement officer that has like close to 1,900 views on it, he still is saying that I'm calling the cops and I'm messing with Mama Halderman. No, I'm not. And like, so like threats like that never bother me because I don't do that stuff. I don't do the IRL stuff. Hold on a second. I don't do the IRL stuff like the hag that's in your chat right now, Chiba. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna block
I don't
them.
see her.
1 sec.
Who's Cheever? I don't
No,
see.
I just blocked them.
I didn't see it.
But anyways, yeah. So like, yeah, and it's old and tired. Like you're trolling and your life. They're Chiba. Anyways, and I literally just changed it back. I've had like, I don't even know how many profile pictures in the last 6 months. Anyways, that's I don't even like talking to that person. They're an idiot.
Oh, is that
But-
the Princess Eerie that I see?
Yeah, they come in as like Chiba and whatever.
Well,
They're just they're an obnoxious troll.
Princess Eerie.
They're basically my super fan. They follow me everywhere and simp over me in every stream that I'm in. So including my own streams. But I never see them, and I barely see them in my streams because the mods get them out like as fast as they come in. But I don't want to give them any attention. So anyways,
And that's what you got to do. That's what
exactly.
You gotta do.
Just ignore
Don't
it.
feed the trolls.
No. And but anyways, I forgot what I was saying. What the hell? I just went
I think
to
you
go
were
block
talking about JP and stuff, and how he still thinks that it's you, even though you made that call to the cops.
Oh yeah. So he's like, I don't know. It's probably is the person Chiba that's in the freaking that I just blocked is probably the person that fed them that information. I'm just like, whatever troll sent you that information, that is hysterical to me, because for one, I'm not Paula. For two, I'm not in North Carolina. For three, he's using her criminal record and saying it's mine. I don't have a criminal record. I never have. So no.
I never have either.
You know, he's like,
and that's the reason why I started to fully flip on JP was once I actually went back to that first stream you did of his on him, Emma, where you had his mugshot and stuff. I went back and I even watched the thing that Hatman did a couple weeks ago about the chapter of the documentary series or whatever, and I saw all the stuff about how he was arrested and all this sort of stuff. And the more I saw it, I thought to myself, "Wow, I'm surprised I actually started feeling sorry for this guy." And at the time, I used to believe everything that came out of his mouth. But until it was, especially after you did that little call to the police officer and actually confirmed that it wasn't you and stuff, I realized, JP really is a full-on liar, and I can't believe I ever.
No, he is, and that's the thing is that like once I prove it and stuff like that, then it's been proven, and I move on with it. Like I don't care anymore. You know what I mean? Like if he said I was Paula, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not. And then I was live and I showed that exact picture that he was using and saying was me. You could go on my community tab 11 months ago. That's the pictures right there, the same picture. So what did I do? Time travel before I even knew JP and use that exact picture while we had beef. And you can just keep scrolling from 11 months on. You just see her and I going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for like a year. So we had beef for like a year. So I'm like, I don't know who told him that I was her, but that's hilarious to me. Like she has she's got two channels on YouTube. So I'm like, you don't fact check anything, do you, JP? And then like he just he's like, I tell it like it is. I tell it like it is, and I'm unfiltered, and people hate me for it. No, it's because you lie constantly. Like he's like,
funny because he
thinks I'm Paula. He thinks he thinks her criminal record is mine. It's not. I don't have a criminal record. I've literally never been. I've never been arrested for anything. I've never had a criminal record. I don't have anything. Nothing. At all. Zero. Nothing. Same with Hatman. Zero. Nothing. And he just makes up these stories because I refuse to tell him because I refused to tell him my business when I was on your panel. Like he's like trying to dig into my personal life, and I'm like, dude, I don't talk about my personal life with anyone. Like my personal life is none of your business. So he's like literally created a whole like he's like, oh, Hatman and Emma have never met. Yeah, we've met 11 times, and he literally booked his ticket for January. He was just here 2 months ago, and he's going to be here next month for another 2 weeks. You know what I mean? And then we move. That's he's going to be taking a bunch of crap back with him when he goes back to the UK. And it's like, but he's like, you know, they haven't met because they're both felons, and it's like, well, okay, well, sounds
don't get me wrong,
sounds
Emma,
good.
but,
It's
sounds
mostly projection.
It is projection. Like he has to create this like weird like this whole weird storyline about me that's not mine. It's Paula's. You know what I mean? I'm just like, you're so weird.
He wants to use you as a human shield to hide behind because
yeah, but
he
it's not.
like
you
criticism.
can't.
he
You're not.
uses Casey for that more
But
often
it's
than
not gonna. It doesn't trigger me. Like I'm not the. I'm not her. So like I just like when I was live, I'm like, this is her. Look, she's got 2 channels. That's her face that he keeps using, and everyone's laughing because like half of the people that watch me, they were around when I had beef with Paula. You being one of them, Rick. You know what I mean? Like it was ongoing. It was nonstop. It was never ending. You know, Hatman did a video on her for God's sakes too. So it's just like, I don't know who told him that, but you think that he would do some type of fact checking, but he didn't because he doesn't do that. And so he, you know, he says to like, and like with me, like if you're gonna come on live and tell people that I'm calling the cops on you and getting you swatted and that APS is involved now because of me, I'm going to prove that you're a liar. So that's why I called. And I actually thought I was going to just be making a short, like a short video, like a short. I thought it was just going to be like a 50-second, like me calling and just confirming with dispatch that I have not made any calls. And they said I had to speak to an officer, and I said, okay. I said, like, it's not a rush at all. Like, just put it like low priority. Like it doesn't need to be even today. And she was like, yeah, like it's, you know, it's pretty slow right now. So someone's probably going to call you back pretty quick. And I was like, okay. And like within 5 minutes he called and I just recorded it.
Said.
Interesting. JP hide his channel again. I just noticed something. He hit his channel again. That's funny.
Oh my god.
He does that all the time when he's being called out.
He is, and I'm just like, and I'm like, okay, I'm like, fine, if you want to say, and like he twists. The thing is with him is that he wipes his channel constantly. So he thinks because he wipes his streams that it means that what he said didn't happen. You know what I mean? But
That's not how it works.
Doesn't realize that Hatman has been archiving him since the first day that I ever covered him. You know, Rick, you know how he is with like the Tarnomicon. Like, you know, so JP has his own little area in there, and there's 8 months of JP streams, all of them. And so like he tried to twist what he was doing with Mark Rydell onto me. You know what I mean? Like he literally like turned around and tried to make it seem like how many times did you see Mark Rydell leaking leaking DMs between him and JP? Buddy DMs. How many times on live? Look, like if you go to my shorts, you'll see so many shorts of JP begging Mark Rydell, who is a level 3 SO of children. I'm keeping it PG. Like I'm not going to say it like I would on my channel, you know. But he did things with, you know, minors.
He did terrible things,
awful things, and I think that's what triggered AP into like really going for him, because he'd be begging and begging and begging and begging Mark to go after Amber's children. He's doxing Amber's children all over his damn streams, doxing her mother, doxing Amber, begging, offering up money when he's literally telling people he's feeding his mother expired food and she's having cold showers. And then he's scratching $250 worth of scratch off tickets and offering people bill money that he's supposed to be using for doxes over YouTube dumb stuff. Like I would never pay anyone.
Not to mention, he always uses some of his money, like, or even the donations that Casey sends him. I swear, instead of using that for, like you said, I'm paying his bills and stuff, he'll go and get freaking scratch off tickets to try to win more money, and that's a waste of money.
It's a complete
Exactly.
waste of money, especially when you like he doesn't even just have like a small like gambling problem with those scratch off tickets. Like 2 weeks ago, he put up 6 tickets. 4 of those tickets were $50 a pop.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He put up 6 tickets. 4 of them were $50, 2 of them were 20, and one was 10. And I'm like, you spent $250 on scratch tickets, and then you have the audacity in the middle of the month to be whining about like people like doing the Three Stooges and saying you're a victim of circumstance, and for people to send you donations. And then you have Casey, who I don't feel bad for in the slightest, in the least. I'll never feel bad for her, but because she's equally as big of a liar as he is, and she allows herself to be dogged on and treated like a doormat by JP. So like, but he uses up like all of her disability, like whatever has to go towards her like family bills goes towards them, and everything else goes to him. And then he knows for a fact the way it works. Like I called him out on it 3 times when I was on your panel. He'll delete his channel, and then Casey will send him gift cards, and she'll send him gifts, and she'll do all. And what did I say to him each time? Return to sender.
Exactly. And it's like,
if I didn't want someone,
Casey, didn't someone say that they posted an actual image of what Casey looks like in the Discord? Because I haven't seen the photos of Casey X. I'm curious now to actually see what she looks like.
Her face has been everywhere. Her face is on Twitter. Her face is in like I don't even know how many people have used her face as profile pictures. It's everywhere. Her face is it's everywhere. It's like it's been everywhere for months.
Okay.
But like the stuff that he says in the shorts that I have on my channel, they're revolting. They're disgusting.
Especially the one where he freaking, I'm not sure if this was Amber or Amanda, but I know one of them, he said the phrase about how they should die with a pole through their head and stuff like that. Like that is really ridiculous. And
he said that about Amber, and then he was like, Amber. Yeah, and then he was like, come on, Mark, like you got to team up with me. Let's find Amber's kids and really get them pulled out of school. And we'll contact her ex and find out about our babies. Like, what the R word is.
About that whole scenario is that he claims that you want to be a so-called Isaac wannabe. He's the one doing that more often than you. Like he's the one.
Isaac was literally in Amber's stream when she was live the other day, and he literally was in the side chat, and I said, Isaac and I don't even stream the same. He goes IRL, I don't. And he was in the chat and said, facts. He goes, Isaac said he will go IRL on the drop of a dime because he thinks it's fun and he enjoys it. And Emma doesn't do that. She doesn't do that stuff ever. Like we don't run our streams the same way at all. I've seen 2 of Isaac's streams because I don't know who he's talking about ever in his streams. I have no idea who the people are that he's talking about. I don't even know if he's even streamed in the last few months, but we don't run our streams the same way. And he keeps on saying that I built my whole community off the back of Guest Mob. When? Show proof of that. That's inaccurate.
Well, the only person that's part of Guest Mob that was in here early, he was actually in the chat earlier, that I know for a fact was part of Guest Mob, was Steve Billings. He's the only person I know of that.
As far as I know, Steve Billings and Isaac are not even like, they don't even talk anymore. So
so like,
about that, but the thing is I already, before I ever covered JP, I already had like, close to 3,000 subs. So it's like, I didn't even know who Isaac was until that. I didn't even know who Isaac was until I was covering JP like maybe 3 or 4 times. Because I covered the call. I covered the call between him and Mark Rydell, where Mark Rydell admitted to doing all that stuff with those kids and was offering up their doxes to him. And I didn't know who was on the other end of the call on the live stream. I just knew his name was Isaac, but I had no idea what his last name was. I didn't know he had a channel. I didn't know if he was still on YouTube because it was a few years ago. But I think he'll blame me for everything. So now, like, if you look at Hatman has a short of JP from the other day, he's flipped the narrative because Mark Rydell blocked JP because he's like, stop saying that, you know, you want me to go after these kids, because in retrospect, if you think about it, if someone does go after Amber's kids and the blame falls on Mark with his past, he's going to end up in the slammer again. You know what I mean?
And it's funny because going back to Hetman for a second, I will admit I kind of am glad he posted that little chapter 1 of the documentary stuff about
Well, that's
JP.
just laying the foundation. That's laying the beginnings,
the reason
right?
why I brought that specifically is because one thing that I saw in the documentary that I was completely unaware of, and that I don't know if I was already at the time supporting JP or whatever when this happened, but one thing I saw in the documentary was that clip of him again asked the question of, did he hit himself in the face with a dildo? And then I see the thing in the background afterwards.
Yeah, I
sent
like, that clip.
And not only that, but he also had that clip of him getting sent something from Casey that was an actual, like, I don't like to say the word, but SEX.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
You know what I mean? And basically he was doing all that weird stuff with it. Thankfully, haven't blurred it out, which I'm relieved about.
He had to blur it out.
Well, yeah, obviously, but
I had to blur it out when I showed it too. But like the thing is with JP is that he is manipulative, and his manipulation tactics don't work when you have facts to back stuff. If you're going to come on a live stream,
remember when he kept saying that you guys were coming after me because of my so-called autism, and he's the only one who kept bringing that up. That's
what I'm saying. Like, no, that never happened. And like all of the people that have so-called flipped on him, as he likes to say, I never have reached out to one single person that flipped on him. I never tried to make contact with any of those people. I never reached out to any of those people. I legitimately have never done that, because I'm just like, either you can go over there and support that. But the thing is like he discusses people like on his own. You know what I mean? Like you're sitting on a stream begging a level 3 SO to hunt down someone's children because she hurt your feelings on the internet, and you're doxing the said children. And then he's wearing Pumpkin Love's deceased husband's face as his profile picture. You know, there's Pumpkin. She just came in. You know, he's doxing her. He's saying that he's going to open like a GoFundMe because he's broke, and he's going to use her name to do it. And he says, like, I did all of these things because I was hurt. There is no excuse and no amount of hurt on the internet that you should feel where you are doing those types of things. Like if the internet is affecting you on that level, you should log off. And the cop even said that on the call. The cop said on that call, most people have hobbies, they have jobs, they have real lives, they play video games, they go to movies. JP doesn't have any of that, he said. He said JP's entire life, his whole existence is YouTube. That is so sad on so many levels, and I would feel sorry for him if he wasn't such a disgusting person. I'd feel bad for him. But like, he tried to turn, because I exposed him talking to, because Mark Rydell is like JP in the sense that he has no loyalty, no standards. Anyone who shows him any type of like attention, he will latch onto that person. And then the second you make him feel slighted, he will drop all your DMs with him. He will drop any type of like any information that he has, he will post it on his channel. And so I have never spoke to Mark Rydell. When I first reviewed the stream of Mark admitting to what he did to Isaac, he tried to follow me on Twitter that night after the stream, and I blocked him immediately. He tries to message other people that haven't blocked him yet to relay messages towards me, and I will just say that my response is not a nice one. You know what I mean? He'll try to come into my streams on sock accounts. He gets booted out. I tell him to go away, like to stop coming into my streams, and he just refuses to take no for an answer. And he hasn't been in my streams for a while, thank God. But he tried to turn around and he tried to twist that entire story, that entire thing of him saying, go after Amber's kids, team up with me, and let's take them down, blah, blah, blah. He turned it around and went and told Mark, did you know Amber and Emma are telling people on live streams that you're attacking her kids? Where? Because if you look at my last live stream I did on JP, I demanded to see proof. Show me proof. Because if I even had one exchange with Mark Rydell, the way that I speak about him, he would have leaked that stuff everywhere. I have never had a DM with him. I never will. I don't talk to peds.
Exactly.
No, never. Like, I don't want to talk to you. If you do that, that's an unforgivable act. I don't care if you did it 20 years ago. I don't care if you did it 50 years ago. I don't care if you did it 2 years ago. I don't care if you did jail time. I don't care if you paid your dues in prison. You can't come back from that in my eyes. You just can't. You know what I mean? So
Like, and it's like
he
the whole
tried to turn it around and say to Mark, you know, there's a short. Go to Hatman's channel and look at the last JP short you see on there. You see JP saying, so I will pose this question to you, Mark. Since Emma is telling everybody that you're going after Amber's kids, I think you should go after her kids as revenge. I think you should go after her kids as revenge. Really? Because I've never said those words. Those words have never come out of my mouth, because even if I despise you, the truth is the truth, right?
Well,
so like,
yeah,
the truth is Mark Rydell is not attacking Amber's kids. He has not been doing anything to her kids. Do I know if he will in the future? I don't know. I don't know what kind of crazy he is. You know what I mean? What I'm saying is I don't have any proof of him doing that, and I've never spoken those words. So the fact that he'll wipe his channel and pretend, and that's why I make the shorts that I make. Because he's like, oh, Emma posts all my weak moments. No, I post those shorts specifically for a reason, because it's a receipt. So that I can go back to it and say, okay, well, here's you begging Mark Rydell while you rub your head like a genie to go after Amber, her kids, find her ex for you. There's you begging for him to team up with you. Where is any evidence of me doing what you're saying? You don't have any evidence, because it's not true.
Well, it's not just JP that also.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's not just JP that clearly lies. I mean, there are some of his still supporters. Like, again, back in August when you came up on my panel, Emma, to confront him. Before you even did that whole thing with Porchman, he did this. He basically pulled a Casey where he goes off my panel to blabs to JP, claiming that I'm talking shit on him and that I flipped on him, when I wasn't even talking shit on him. There was no proof of me actually calling JP like any sort of names or anything like that. And he made it seem like, and then that's why JP came onto my panel that back in August and basically ambushed me, saying literally the first words out of his mouth were, "Why am I getting told by Porchman that you are talking shit and flipped on me? What happened now?" or whatever. And I'm just, and then when I tried to explain it,
there's no saving Porchman. Porchman has sat by and listened to JP scream and ree for him to go to screaming and reeing, begging a child rapist to attack children, and he has said nothing. He has done nothing, showed nothing but support to JP. Casey, same thing. Jim Tom, same thing. Jordan Yon, same thing. Yeah. They belong there. He sounds cringy as hell with 3 people in his chat calling them nation. Exactly. With his approved users on. It's just, like, he has gone after Amanda, doxing her sister, doxing her sister's kids wearing bikinis. He has gone after Pumpkin. I did a whole dedicated stream to when he went after Pumpkin right after her husband passed away. The sick, demented stuff he said about Pumpkin catapulted into Amber leaving because she was so disgusted with what he was saying. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't say a word to Amber. She was so disgusted with the way he was talking about Pumpkin, because that's her friend, that she left, and he lied and said she didn't even send me a message and tell me why she was leaving. Not only did she send him a message, she posted the DM she sent to him publicly on her Twitter. It's still there, where she basically just laid it all out for him and said, look, I have supported your bad behavior in the past, and I have given you passes, and I just can't support it anymore. And you're not changing. You're incapable of moving on with your life. You live in the past, and you're becoming it's becoming so disgusting. I can't support it. And then he blocked him. And then he was going after Pumpkin and Amber with a little bit of Amanda, but he doesn't really go after Amanda too much anymore. So now it's like he's been fixated on me for months. I don't care that he's fixated on me. His issue is, and I stand by this, and I will stand by this until my last breath. JP is so used to what his old community used to be like, and I'm not saying this and to be like offensive to any of the women that were like supporting JP and stuff like that, because if you like, when you see like the foundation in that first part of that, like when you see the documentary that Hammond put out, you see like the foundation of him being like this goofy, bigger guy, like trying to just like make people laugh, whatever. But the thing is that he's a narcissist, and he has a massive ego, and he demands.
I will admit, I got weirded out when I saw that clip of him apparently flirting with a 15-year-old, I think, or a 16-year-old girl.
16. She was 16.
Yeah, 16. Like, I saw that clip of him saying, only 2 more years or whatever. And then he even had his shirt pulled up and he showed his chest area. And I'm just like, okay.
He's disgusting. And the thing is that, like, his own actions are the reason that, like, people left. Because he would be he would be scolding his community for having friendships that, like, JP had to be present if Pumpkin and Owl spoke. They couldn't speak.
Yeah, I think I even brought that up earlier in the stream.
Alone. Yeah, if Amber spoke with, Owl, like, it had to be supervised. Like, what kind of weird crap is that? Like, I don't care who talks to who, like, in my community, man. I literally don't care. I would never be like, how dare you speak to this person and not include me in the call? Like, what the hell? Like, that, it's just weird to me. And so I'm just like, the way he treated people is the reason people started leaving. And by the time I covered JP for the first time ever, 90% of his community was gone. They were gone. Like, he says that I took away his whole community. No, I didn't. There was like, he had about 12 people left. And now he had about 12 people, 13 people left. And now he has 4 or 5 because those people flipped on him. And that was because of his own actions, his own lies, his own words. The stuff he says about me doesn't bother me. He tells me he has made so many community posts and done so many live streams describing the ways that I need to pass away. I'll say, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. He sits there and says stuff like, he prays, he gets down on his hands and knees and closes his eyes and he clutches his fists and he prays to God that, like, I don't wake up the next morning and that, like, I go in the worst way and the most painful way. And I'm like, whatever, I don't care. Like, I was never part of your community. I never liked you. I could care less what you, like, you wish on me and stuff like that. It doesn't bother me. And he's like, he makes up these, like, disgusting, gross, weird lies, and he's driven away his own community. So, like, the way he went off on Pumpkin made Amber leave. And then the way he went off on Amber for leaving made that Shirley woman leave. The way that he would not move on from his past, and he just kept repeating himself on a loop over and over and over and over after Simply Me repeatedly said to him, If you're gonna not do drama, then stop doing the drama. But this is annoying, and you're not stop. And I don't want to keep participating in it anymore. And he wouldn't stop, so she left. Then Gambrell left. Gambrell, Boomhauer, and there was another one. Oh, Creatives and Dave B. They all left because of his affiliation to Mark Rydell. That has nothing to do with me. Do you hear me on live stream begging Mark Rydell to do any of my dirty work for me?
No,
because I would never affiliate myself with somebody like that. He is the scum of the earth, and I've told JP.
He's the epitome of evil.
I have said, I have like 5 recordings of your DMs with Mark Rydell. I have you welcoming him into your chats. I have you apologizing to that guy. I have you because he doesn't have anyone left. And it's like, okay, now you're turning it around and saying that's me doing all that. He's like, Emma's community allows Mark in there. Emma has DMs with Mark Rydell. Show it. Show them. I am giving Mark Rydell full permission to show my DMs with him. You can't because they don't exist. You cannot show something that is not there. So and then when he says I'm Paula and I'm and then I show Paula, I show my community tab before I ever even knew who JP was, and I had long-standing beef with her. Rick, who's up here right now, can even vouch that's not me, and I had beef with that woman for over a year. You know what I mean? Stupid Round Eye calls her Pound Cake Paula.
The Rage Parrot.
Yeah, Rage Parrot.
Rage Bird. Actually, I called her a Rage Bird, and Hatman went with it.
And even AP when the one night he was in Hatman's and he had Paula's he had JP stream up and he had Paula on his phone. And he was putting the phone into the camera and he was like, oh, look at me with my butt chin. Look at me. I look like a crack W, blah, 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 blah. And AP goes, isn't that Jeremy's mom? And I'm like, yeah, he thinks I'm Jeremy's mom. And he's like, oh God, he is really stupid, hey? And I'm like, yes.
He is stupid. He is that stupid.
So he thinks he's offending me by putting her face on his live and in thumbnails. And I'm like, you're not, it doesn't bother me because that's not me. Rick Zilla can literally, he says, I've never met Hatman before. We've never seen each other. Rick has been in the Discord when we posted pictures of ourselves together, literally the first, second, third time we've seen each other. We've posted pictures of ourselves together.
Hell, I've even posted pictures of them on my community tab when I'm comparing who is likely to score. Because there was this guy that was like JP, but he lives in PA.
Rick Zilla has literally been in the Discord and seen pictures of us. Everyone has. There's pictures on my Twitter of when we got engaged. We're standing literally next to each other, and my hand is in the camera. And the reason Jeff Vader uses Emma's backwards thumbs is because obviously Rick knows this, and other people like Round Eye will know this and stuff too, but Rick will know exactly what I'm talking about. Remember when Umums ATX? Because she doesn't know, Tomahawks and then Mandy ATX.
Oh yeah, those.
Paula's bestie there. That woman.
Yeah, those people.
Her brain is so fried that she didn't know how the reverse mirror image on a selfie worked. So the ring on my left hand looked like it was on my right hand because of the reverse of the when you take a selfie but it's front facing. And she tweeted and she's like, Emma, your thumb is supposed to be where your pinky is. And literally people I didn't even know on the internet were like, does she not understand how a selfie works? Does she not understand that it mirrors and that's why it looks like it's on the other hand? She got razzed so bad she deleted the post because there was 50 people being like, you can't be this dumb. You do know that it's because of the way she took the selfie, right? And so that's why Jeff started posting Emma's backwards thumbs because he's like, Emma's thumbs are supposed to be on her pinky. And I'm just like, oh God. So it's just there's pictures of us. There's a couple of videos on Twitter as well. that we've taken together. Round Eye in the chat is one of the people too that, like, I think it was like 2 visits ago when Hatman was here, we like made just like a hey video for everybody, like just like, hey, he arrived, blah blah blah, and like we were like we were hugging, and we're like, I'm like, he got here, we're safe and sound, like just wanted to say hi to all of you guys, and it was like us together, and we sent it to like the core people that, like, I don't know if I sent it to you, Rick, on Discord, but like I sent it to Round Eye, I sent it to Olap, I sent it to Peach, I sent it to
I've seen it on X.
Yeah, I sent it to Thunder Rain. I posted it on my Twitter. You know what I mean? I sent it to Malice. I sent it to so many people. So it's like, I don't have anything to prove. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, but I do prove it, if that makes sense. Like, it's like, if it's something stupid, like, you know, they've never met and they don't ever see each other, and Emma's got a mood ring on her finger, I don't care about that stuff. You know, calling me the C word over and over again, this, you know, saying I get moist for him, and I don't care about that. To me is all cope and projection, and
it is
him just
they've been doing that. They have no lives of their own.
This before I forget. Remember about a week or two ago when people in the Discord were asking me why I was suddenly following JP on Twitter or whatever, back when his thing wasn't private in anymore?
Yeah, I figured you were just trying to keep tabs to see when like his new channel popped up.
Well, that and it's funny because back before he made it unprivated again, like back when it was private, like when he first brought it back, but then he had it private. There was only like 2 people following. I actually tried. I was doing a little like an experiment, I guess is the best word I can come up with for this. But basically, I tried to see what would happen if I sent him a follow request while his thing was private and see if he would ever take it. I'm not saying I would ever go back to him, but I would see what would happen if he was going to automatically take me back, even if I still hated him and stuff. And every single time I send him a follow request, I would, after like maybe a couple hours, I'd go back and check and see if it's still pending. It would still go right back to follow or whatever, like pressing the button to follow. And I'll even show you the freaking DM I sent to him on Twitter around the time his thing was still private. I even asked him, why do you keep deleting my follow requests? And he never answered the question. He would always keep going back, and it seemed like he was denying it every single time. When I was a little
crybaby.
Yeah, and I wouldn't DM. You can DM who you want. I don't personally care, but just be careful because he will weaponize those against you. Like he will turn around and he will show those on his live streams and be like, you know, Matthew's a double agent and Matthew wants to come back over here and he's scared of Emma, so he won't. And it's like, no, I won't. If not, Matthew turns around tomorrow and says that he wants to support JP.
I can see it. The messages I sent him on November 2nd and November 9th. I said, hey, JP, why do you keep denying my follow requests on Twitter? And then the following Saturday on November 9th, I said, please answer me when I ask you why you keep denying my follow requests on Twitter. And he kept denying it. And I think this was right around the time he hid his Twitter or whatever. And he must have unprivated it. And after I had sent him a follow request, because after he hid it, when I sent him that follow request, that's why the whole thing popped up that said I was following him. And that when y'all started saying that in the Discord, I'm like, oh crap, is that the case? I went back and I realized I was following him. I'm like, boop, immediately fixed it where I wasn't following him. And because I will never forgive him for what he did to me back in August when he was trying to make me feel ashamed for watching you, Emma. And actually,
well, and not just that, but he also recently, it was it like 2 streams ago, he had Porchman up there, of course, on panel. And he was like, what did he say about you? He goes,
he said something about me?
Yeah, he said something about you. And I'm trying to remember loosely what he said because I don't want to quote him because I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something like, oh my God. He said something about how, you know, Porchman has stood by him through all his weak moments. And even when he's done wrong. Hey, Mr. Whistle, even when he's done like wrong and made poor choices, that Porch Man always stands by him, unlike Matthew Bailey. And then he's like, I won't say too much.
He actually name dropped me.
Yeah, and he's like, but I won't. I'm not gonna say too much badly on Matthew Bailey. Just that he should be ashamed or whatever. He said something like along those lines. I don't remember exactly verbatim. I would have to find the stream and like type your name into the transcript and try to find where he was talking about you. But he said something like that. Porch Man was just like, yeah, like a drooling boob. He was just like, yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, the fact that anyone can co-sign the way he is sickening to me. You know what I mean? Like,
now that you've told me this, though, Emma, now that you've told me that he actually brought my name up, and I have not said a word about him, like I haven't streamed about him in 3 months. I mean, sure, I popped into your stream a couple of times. I've gone on Amber's stuff a couple of times. I mean, how would he know that I was fully not behind him and saying bad things about him to the point where he brought my name up in that stream that you're referring to? And it's like, how would he know if he was not watching like Amber or even your streams and I would say on panel with you
because
guys?
He does. He watches every single thing, and like he privated his channel already. Just literally, he did a stream that was 20 minutes long talking about how no, he's never deleting his channel. He's never going to private his channel. Never again, never again. He has literally had at least 30 or more channels in the 8 months that I've been covering him. He has deleted and come back. Now he's hidden his channel again. And I know exactly, he hides his channel all the time. Then he comes back, streams again, hides it again, streams again, says he's going to leave everything up, hides his channel, deletes the stream. Then he deletes the whole channel. Then a week later, he comes back, opens a new channel, thinks he's going to be the next Mr. Beast. And the next PewDiePie. He believes it in his heart of hearts. And I'm Emma, like, no, dude.
I don't think being the next Miss.
What were you saying?
He doesn't care.
Emma,
the thing is,
I don't
Rick,
think anyone wants to be
care. The thing is, Rick, he doesn't care if it's negative or not. If he woke up tomorrow and he had 20,000 subscribers that subscribed to him, like his channel, like, I don't know, flew into the algorithm, and he woke up tomorrow and he had like 20,000 subscribers. And out of those 20,000 subscribers, 15,000 of those were hate people. He would like he would be on cloud nine
up into the sky.
Yeah, he would be. He doesn't care the way that he is. Like, I don't care the way I'm viewed either. But at the same time, I don't go out of my way to be a disgusting person. I really do try to help. I really do try to help people. I try to pay it forward. If people ask me to, like, can I get your advice on this? Or can you come on a call for this? Or whatever. I always try to do that. If people are hurting, like, I try to help them out. Like, whatever it is. Sometimes people need an ear. Sometimes people need a few bucks, whatever. And I try to always do that because I just feel like being an inherently good person, you can have no filter, and you can say what you want to say, and you're going to have people that don't like you. Like, if you're streaming, it doesn't matter how big your channel is. You're going to have people that don't like you. That's just the name. That's just comes with being on YouTube. Like, there's plenty of people that don't like me. I don't care. You know what I mean? But JP is just like, his brain is a bag of rabid cats.
Yeah. Plus, Emma, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you mentioned the whole thing about you helping out with like advice and stuff. I think, didn't I once bring up to you, or I asked you for your advice on something that I was going through, where I've been trying to start like online dating and stuff, and I talked to
and I said I totally would help you with that. I also offered to make you thumbnails. Luna's in the chat saying I helped her with a copyright strike. I did. I worked on that. I worked on Luna's copyright strike for like a day and a half, literally. Like the last day that Hatman was here visiting, I worked on her copyright strike while he was napping. And then when he left for the airport, it kept my mind busy to work on it. And I was like, I went through all of Barb's stuff and I was putting in like examples during her like timestamps and stuff like that. And I did like a really, and Luna, like, entrusted me with sensitive information, and I would never leak that stuff. I just don't do that. Rick has known me since the day I started before I ever started streaming, but he's been here for day one of me streaming. He knows I don't dox people. I don't go IRL. I don't do that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, the most stuff that I'll do is like body cams, but that's public record, body cams are public record, anytime even Barb's docs, which is literally, she shows her own damn docs on her own live streams, her full docs. She'll show her hospital bracelets. She'll show her ID tags. She'll show her paperwork with like her full information on it. And I will redact everything, even though everyone has seen it. Everyone has, like, they've all seen it. It's all over her community. I still, when I'm showing it on my channel, I will put a thing over it. Like, I'll put a block over it or a sticker over it or something. I always do.
I wish I had learned that.
I cannot even tell you how many people have come into my DMs and dropped somebody's docs, and I have yet to ever use one ever. And I won't. Even if I despise you, I won't do it. It's just not.
Yeah, I mean, like remember in Amber's stream a little while a few weeks ago when I kept complaining about some person that was posting an old address of mine in her chats or whatever, and I was just like, and even though I don't live there anymore, it's like that. It's like it doesn't make it right to leak that address out to the world, because what if someone who lives there now is someone who you don't want to mess with? And it's like
that's true. And also it's just intent. Like they think you live there.
The reason they got my old address from that they were posting in Amber's chat at the time was because I think I did post. This is way long ago when I first started the channel. I think I did do like a 3-part series, but it had to get turned into a 2-part because I think it was in the second part, I went outside of my mom's house or whatever that I was living in, and I accidentally showed the numbers that were on the outside of the house, which is why they posted that. And I think even the street sign accidentally got featured, and they read it from a pretty big distance. And that's why
if you post anything, like anything that's identifying Matthew, like people will find it. There are people that have like
I even had to delete that video too, because when my mom found out that I went outside or whatever and showed everything, she told me to delete it, and so I had to delete it.
But once you put it on there and you have people that don't like you, they're like goal, and then they just have like, they're like that Chiba person. They have nothing but time. They're miserable people. All they do with their life is be hateful on the internet, dox people, spread doxes around. They try to just create
or sell doxes.
Sell docs, whatever. I don't know if they do that, or I don't know if they do that.
Dark web.
I don't know if they do that. I mean, I don't have proof of that, so I'm not going to say that they do that. I just know they follow me around like a super fan, and they dox me to Barb, and they dox me to JP, and they dox me to Heather, and they dox me to Trash Panda, and it's just like, whatever. Like, go for it. Like, I mean, I don't care. I've been doxed 675 times in the last year. I don't give a shit at this point anymore. You know what I mean? You can't decide if my name's Emily or Emma. Like, it's just like, believe what you want.
Did he also call you Elizabeth at one point?
No, Elizabeth is like one of my best friends. No, she's a whole different person.
Okay.
But like, the thing is like, like, I don't have a criminal record. I have nothing to hide. Like, whatever. Like, I'm moving. Hatman's moving. We're moving together to a whole different place.
And so it's like, how, like, for example, if it's 11:44 p.m. right now for me, what time is it in Canada?
Same. Well, it depends where you are in Canada, but same time. I'm Eastern Standard.
So say you're living in the UK or whatever when you officially move. If it's 11:44 p.m. for me, what time would it be for you then?
Well, where Hatman is right now is 6 hours, and where we're moving, I actually don't know what the time difference will be.
Before now or after now?
Because we're moving pretty far from where he lives now. We're moving like significantly away. So I don't know, actually. I actually never asked him that. I should ask him that. Because I actually don't know what the time difference would be. I don't know if it would be 4 hours. I don't know if it's going to be 7 hours. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never asked.
Okay, because that does make me realize that if you even if you were to still do your weekly stream on Tuesdays or whatever from the UK, it's like it may be a lot different now. Like if it's 6 p.m. for me when you're in the UK, it could be like, if you said 4 to 5 hours, it could be like 11 p.m. or 1.
Yeah, but I'm for one, I'm a night owl, and for two, I really try to keep my streams now between 2.5 to 3 hours, because like, you know, like I'm so grateful because that's awesome, like to see like so many people in the streams now, and to see like the growth. It's awesome, and it really is nice. And like, you know, but like JP constantly says to me like, you know, one day everyone's gonna flip on you and then you're gonna lose it all. And it's like, dude, I don't stream every day. I was also sick like 2 weeks ago, and I didn't stream for 2 straight weeks. Like I streamed and then I didn't stream on the Tuesday, and then I streamed the following Tuesday. So it made it like 2 weeks, because I only stream once a week, and I'll do like the occasional pop-up, you know what I mean? Just depending if something like spicy comes in and it's like worth like going on, like I'll go on, you know, and just hang out with people. But I really like, I don't do like, I tried to, like when I first was streaming, I was kind of focusing more on like deep diving and stuff. Like remember Rick, like I did like the deep dive on Queen of Karma and stuff like that.
I was there.
That like sucked the life out of me, and I was only streaming once a week, but my streams were like 5 to 6 hours, because I was like interviewing people, and I was having to go from like the beginning to current, and like all these people had like new information and new receipts and, you know, new videos and stuff like that. And so like I moved away from that just because it was just so time consuming, and I was getting like 150 DMs a day. I'm not even joking you, from like 40 to 50 different people that just all wanted to give their input. And I just it was too much. And I'm like, this is not fun for me. And I want it to be fun. So it's like, for me, I just like to get baked on a Tuesday and spend like 2.5, 3 hours just covering whatever, you know what I mean? And like, speaking of Tuesday, like Leafy reached out to me, and he wants to come on panel on Tuesday, and he wants to like divulge everything that went on with like the JoJo situation. So I might be doing that on Tuesday. So if you guys want to, I know Luna was kind of wondering what the hell was going on with that, and a lot of other people were wondering what the hell was going on with that, because he came online and like admitted he was a ped.
I know about Leafy.
Did you watch it? Yeah, you know who Leafy is here or whatever.
Yeah, yeah, I know. He was
just around the same time that
like a
the whole thing with Savannah went down too, because I know something happened with Savannah too.
Yeah, so like he wants to come on now, because like I did ask him to come on when I did that pop-up stream, but he was like, I can't, because there was things that were like he couldn't like publicly say what was going on. But then he messaged me today and he was like, hey, are you still up for that interview? And I actually forgot what the hell he was talking about. And I was like, what interview? And he's like, the thing on JoJo. And I was like, well, if you're going to be vague about it, then no, I'm not interested. But if you're going to tell me the story from the beginning to the current situation, and like, I don't want doxes, I don't want any of that stuff being said on my panel, but like if you're going to like really like, because he's like, no, he is one, and I'll tell you like all about it. I was like, okay, like sure, I'll listen to that, like, because you know, I want to fill in the blanks from that pop-up stream, because I didn't have a lot to go on, but everybody is like, you know, asking me to go on, and I was like, okay, well, let's just do it. But like for me, it's like, you know, I don't know. So like Tuesday, like, you know, I'm gonna try to keep it as lighthearted as I can based on like the topic at hand, I guess. But for the majority, like when I'm covering like Heather now, like, and like, I mean, what Heather did to her kid was awful, and that always like sets me off, and like I just, it makes me just like despise her. But I'm not at that stage where like I hate her in my soul, if that makes sense. Like I do for what she did to her kid, but like I'm still like trying to get to know her more because she's kind of like a bag of wild cards. So
and didn't you do like a stream about her, Emma? Like, I'm not sure if it was this past Tuesday or the Tuesday before
yeah,
that, but
this past
do one
Tuesday,
where she was like in court or something?
yeah, this past Tuesday I did stream on her and Barb, and then I started incorporating a segment, but it was very short because it just was something I did on the fly. But a lot of people kept on DMing me because I don't know why people, I don't know, for some reason, like my witches cackle, I don't know why, but they want me to like blind react to stuff, and I'm like, you know what, if you guys want me to make that a segment, put a 1 in the chat. And so I asked, and like there was like a bazillion ones, so I was like, okay, I'll make it a segment. And so in the blind react room, like on Discord, I haven't looked in there because it's blind react, so Hatman's gonna like watch them first to make sure like they're okay for me to like watch on YouTube, and then I'll blind react to them, and people seem to love that, so I'm gonna like incorporate that as like a segment into the stream where I react to like maybe 10 or 12 different videos, like little videos, and like just blind react to them. But Hatman said there's like a ton in the Discord, and then he's got a bunch on Twitter of people sending him stuff, so he's like, I got so much stuff for your blind reacts. And I'm like, okay, awesome. But like I'm trying to just have fun on a Tuesday. Like I don't want to come home from work, like be trying to eat really fast, have a shower, and then set up for streaming, and then it be like stressful. Like I want to have fun and just like, you know, for 2 to 3 hours and then just like say goodnight kind of thing. But it's like, and I'm so appreciative because like on Tuesday, I had almost 400 people in there. Like I had 389 people at peak in there. And that's really good for my channel size. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And one last thing about JP that I just remembered is, remember that clip you showed, Emma, of when JP was like upstairs and his mom was downstairs, and he was talking about the whole her landing or putting the house in his name for when she passes away and stuff like that. And you mentioned that whole thing about, I think, about paying your bills and stuff. He thinks that he could just live in that house like rent free or basically for free once she passes away.
Like Brady said, his brothers will take him to probate court, I think it's called out there. And I mean, I've never had to do it, so I don't know. But I think it's called probate court or something like that. And they'll get the house and they'll split it 3 ways, and they'll be like, here's your cut. Like JP even said that house is only worth like $200,000. He thinks that's a lot of money. That's not a lot of money for a house.
Nope, it's not.
Yeah.
And like the amount of renos that needs to be done on that house, I don't even know if a person would buy that house and live in it because of the amount of renos that need to be done on that house is probably equal. It's probably equal to the value of that home. Well, like the amount of renos.
Every time I think there was one stream. I know this happened a long time ago on JP's channel, one of his old channels, I should say, where I remember he actually did like have a much wider shot of his entire attic room or whatever. And when
I've seen it all in the clips.
Huh?
I've seen it all in the clips. Hatman, even in the documentary, you could see it.
Yeah, and like when I saw like that stairway too, that seems like it goes downstairs or whatever. Like that is really narrow. It's even narrow. It's not as narrow as my friend Matthew Davis Media. He was living with his mom in a house one time where he was up on the attic floor, and like you can even see what it looked like on my friend's channel back when he was living there. But he's living in his own apartment now too. But back when he was living in his mom's house that had that attic room or whatever, that stairway going up was like in the middle of the room, and it was so narrow. Like I swear, if thankfully Matt Davis lost all the weight that he had back then, but but he could hardly fit in that stairway when he was going up and down the stairs into his bedroom. And I will say that my friend's room was definitely better than frickin' JP's room, the way it looked with all the furniture and I don't know if I've seen his bed before in JP's bed before in his streams, but I swear there was that. I think the only time I saw his bed was when he was doing that weird freak out with a freaking water bottle in his hand.
Well, and like the inside, like he's done like little tours of the inside of that house, and I'm like, oh my God, like the amount of work that's going to need to be done on that place is wild to me. And like, exactly. and then it made me laugh because I missed the stream last night. I passed out at like 11:30 last night. So I missed the entire like AP going in there with like the fuck people and trolling the shit out of JP. I missed the whole thing. I missed the whole stream. And but I got filled in this morning and I saw the replay of it with the chat because he disabled the chat obviously. But Hatman had it like the bot recording it, so it had the chat in there. But now I forgot what the hell I was going to say. Oh, but he had said in the earlier stream, in the earlier one, the one that he did from like 6:30 to 10:30 at night, and then he came back like an hour later, but I was sleeping. But anyways, in that earlier stream, he said when he got back from the Sabrina troll, that since he's come back from when I trolled him as Sabrina, that he's gained 60 pounds. Oh, and I remember he was gone for 2 months. And I remember Michael saying when he came back, he's like, oh my God, he's gained weight. And then last night he confirmed that he's put on 60 more pounds.
Yeah, he's definitely looking like the way he did back when he was still going after Isaac and stuff.
Whatever. I mean, he's a freaking type 2 diabetic. He shouldn't be putting on weight.
Yeah, I'm just glad I lost some of my weight in the last 4 years.
You look good.
Yeah, because I think I told you about that back before the pandemic in the United States. I was like, I think the highest weight I got to before I started losing it was up to like 220 pounds. And again, these pants that I'm wearing or whatever, I think you saw them when I got up to show the green screen. But these pants that I'm wearing are a size 33 waist. But back when I was 220 pounds, I was up to a size 40 waist. So I've shrunk 3 inches.
That's a ton of weight you lost.
Exactly. And I think I even have a photo of. I mean, it's not. I don't know where I have it, but there's a photo of me from 2018. You can see what I was like back in 2018 at 220 pounds. You can see that my hips are a lot wider than they are now.
No, you don't look overweight at all.
Exactly.
At all. You look totally proportionate. I would maintain what you are right now. I think if you get skinnier, you're gonna look like lanky.
I think the skinniest I can get when it comes to like the lowest weight I'm allowed to go to, I think is 175 at my age. Mm-hmm. And right now, last time I went to the gym and checked my weight, I was currently sitting at, I think 192.4, I believe. So
yeah.
Like I said, I'm glad that I lost all that weight, especially when it comes to the fact that I wore 40 size waist pants and it went all the way down to a 33, maybe even a 30.
That's good. That's a huge amount. Like even like not all of the time is it going to be like, a scale victory. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the time you're going to be, because muscle weighs more than fat, right? So like as you're converting that fat into muscle, you might lose, 30, 40 pounds, but in reality, like you've lost like you said, like 8 pant sizes.
Yeah. And it's like, and plus, and unlike JP, which I almost forgot that he's been doing this every time he streams. Do you notice how he'll literally take I'll pretend my phone is the object, but he'll take a freaking jug of sweet tea and just drink straight from the jug, like every single time he's doing a live
stream. Disgusting. It's disgusting. I'm always like, get a glass. You're such a pig. You know what I mean? Like
it's so gross. I have right now are like I've been trying to drink 0 sugar sodas recently, like like for example, I drink Sprite Zero or Pepsi
Yeah.
Zero, that kind of stuff, because I try not to drink too much sugar or consume too much sugar, because I know sugar does make you gain a lot of weight. And I also,
It does.
I can't remember exactly what the number is, but I know there's like a number of calories that that a male and a female can eat in order to make sure that they don't gain any weight if they eat up to that amount of calories in a day. But
yeah, you can actually just go online and like look, you can for free just like go on like Google and type in like, just literally type in like what should my BMI be, and then it'll bring up like an actual like scale thingy where you can like put your height, your weight, and it'll just ask you for like the different things, and it'll tell you like your BMI should be this, and this is what your BMI currently is. So if you're close to that, or you're like right on par with that, good. Or if you're like too much off of it, then okay, well, it'll tell you, right? Like you need to lose like, 28 pounds or something like that. I visually looking at you can see that you're not overweight. So like I wouldn't,
like, even if I stand up, for example, to show you like how my waist looks or whatever.
Yeah, you're not overweight.
You see what my waist is. And when I was that size 40, like, see how my hands go further out? I think I was about big when, before I lost the weight. And like I said, I think there's even a little video that my mom took of me a couple of many years ago, back in 2017, where I was actually cooking a scallop pasta dish, whatever. And because back then I was really into like cooking and stuff, because I watched cooking shows like Hell's Kitchen and a few other shows. I can't remember the exact names of them, but
Reels.
Yeah,
Reels?
like I used to watch shows like Hell's Kitchen, MasterChef Junior, Cutthroat Kitchen, just to name a few. And especially in Hell's Kitchen, the one dish that the one ingredient that I always saw that I thought maybe I should eventually try that was the scallops or whatever. And I decided my mom filmed a video of me like cooking scallops and pasta or whatever. And you can see, because I'm facing my side or whatever, but that was before I lost the weight. You can see how much, like if I stand to the side, you can see how my stomach is now. But in that video where I'm cooking scallops, my stomach is poking out even further and whatever, because I had so much weight or whatever. And because back then I was working, I can safely say that I used to work at this place, because I don't even work there anymore. So, but my very first job was at a McDonald's, and I used to eat there all the time when I was on break. So you can see why I gained all that weight.
Yeah, especially if you're in fast food. And you know what, Scott, like if you want to drink out of a jug, I don't care. I just think it's gross to be live streaming and like drinking out of a freaking 1 gallon jug of sweet tea. It's gross.
I mean,
it's
when
just
I buy
nasty to me. Also, you said you mentioned scallops, and I'm just gonna give you a little fun fact about scallops, because I don't eat meat. Like I'm a vegan. I don't consume any like I'm plant-based, so like I don't consume anything to do with animals or seafood or fish or anything like that. Okay. Did you know that scallops have 200 eyes?
Oh, really?
Yeah, just so you know.
Oh, you mentioned how you don't eat certain meats. I'm not sure if this.
No, I don't eat any meat or dairy.
So there's one. Okay, well then this might count then towards dairy something. But another dish that I watched being cooked on Hell's Kitchen that I think I tried to cook at one point is risotto. Have you ever eaten that?
Oh my, yeah, I'm Sicilian. Risotto is like staple food in my family.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to try risotto for so long. I don't think I ever got a chance to actually cook and eat it, but
I eat vegan risotto. I just don't have it often, because I just try to keep. Well, I don't consume any refined sugar at all. All of my sugar comes from fruit, and I drink a ton of water, and I limit my carbs, and I try to eat all of my carbs like before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I don't eat past like 8 p.m. I won't eat past 8 p.m.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes even if it's past a certain time, like for example, it's 12:04 in the morning for me. Even if once I'm done with the stream or whatever, if I decide to go lay in my bed or whatever, I have a TV in there, whatever. So
Mhm.
sometimes I'll just put something on the TV, and while I'm watching the TV, sometimes I might grab one of the snacks from my kitchen, whatever, and just
Yeah.
eat a few of them while I'm in my bed. But I don't eat the entire thing, obviously. Like sometimes I may actually fall asleep in the middle of whatever I'm watching on my TV in the bedroom. Um,
Yeah.
I will say that's another. I guess that's one good thing about having that TV in my bedroom is that if I'm watching something while I'm laying in my bed, if I fall asleep, it's a good thing.
Yeah,
I need
exactly.
apparently I've been doing that a lot more lately, where I put something on my TV in my bedroom and I fall asleep to it, and so much faster and easier because if I'm not doing anything, like if I just go straight to bed, whatever, and just lay down in my bed after I'm the stream, I guarantee you I couldn't fall asleep really quickly. I would need to be doing something while I'm laying down that could help me fall asleep easier, and
Yeah,
apparently putting it on the TV really helps. And
it does for
uh,
a lot of people. Like I always
yeah,
have I have music playing in the background when I get off of here, like I'm gonna like close down my YouTube like and then just have music playing and probably read for a little bit. But like if I get hungry at night, because like that's the worst time you can eat at night.
yeah.
So like usually what I do is like I always have um like the San Pellegrino, the like 1 liters of like the San Pellegrino like carbonated water. But like not the one that has like because I will treat myself to like the fruit ones of it where it has like blood orange in it or um like like Indian fig or something like that. But like I always have like 6 bottles or more of like the San Pellegrino, just the plain carbonated water, like nothing is added to it. It's just literally carbonated water. And I will chug like half a bottle of that just to like fill my stomach up. And then I'll just like read until I pass out. Cause like I hate that
Isn't
feeling of like when
carbonated
you're
water?
super hungry.
Hey, I mean, isn't carbonated water like? I don't know if this is the same thing, but I once saw a TV show episode of. I'm not sure if you've heard of the show. It's called Total Drama or whatever.
No.
Yeah, I've
It's
heard
like
about
a
it.
cartoon
I
related.
understand that one.
Yeah, it's like a cartoon show, but there's one episode
It
where this
is.
girl gets asked to drink. I think they refer to it. I think as mineral water,
Yeah,
whatever.
mineral water.
That's what
Yep.
it is. Mineral
Yeah, it is.
water, like Pereira.
Yeah, but like she had to drink a whole chug of it in the episode, and she actually burped so loud that I feel like it was
Oh my God. I
like
drink it warm. I drink it warm, so it's like less carbonated. It's not like because if you drink it like super ice cold, it's just like it burns going down.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
I guess that's something to keep in mind if I ever decide to drink that stuff.
Yeah, it's like, it's like having a like one of your Sprites, but it just doesn't have any flavor. Like it's got no additives
Well,
in it at
I think
all.
the Sprite Zeros that I have are like I think lemon and lime flavored or whatever. So if you
Yeah,
just take the lemon and lime away,
the only thing with like mineral water is that it has a little tiny bit of a higher like salt um ratio to it. So, but I drink like a ton of water every day, so like that it doesn't really affect me. And it's not even like an amount of salt that would be like detectable unless you eat a ton of salt, if that makes sense. Like it's
yeah.
very minimal, you know what I mean? So like, but I drink so much water that it just it just flushes through my body anyways. So because I try to keep my salt like very low and like carbs low.
Yeah, speaking of carbs, like whenever I sometimes eat something, like I've even gone so far as to not only am I drinking sodas with that are considered zero sugar now a lot,
Yeah.
but I've also been buying more like grilled chicken meals than like fried chicken. Like for example, I used to buy things like corn dogs or / corn dog nuggets, that kind of stuff, or like hot pockets and stuff. But now or like chicken sandwiches, like the actual like sandwich or the patty, I guess is the word for it.
Mhm.
But now I've been buying things that are like grilled chicken, like these little like oval shaped sometimes oval shaped, but they're like this long or whatever, and they're like grilled.
They're like the frozen chicken kind of like strips and stuff.
Yeah, but they're grilled this time and not fried. Like
those are better for you. I would eat those more than the like Hot Pockets and stuff.
Yeah, and I think my mom even keeps telling me that if I keep eating stuff like the Hot Pockets or the corn dogs / corn dog nuggets kind of stuff, that would just make me gain the weight back and stuff.
Well, yeah, because it's really high in carbs. It's really, really high in fat. It's high in sodium. Like, it's just not. You're better to kind of like make that stuff yourself at home, like kind of like your like a homemade version of it with like.
Well, you may find this surprising though, Emma. But in the 2.5 years that I've lived in this apartment, I have not once used that stove or oven in that kitchen.
Really? You just always microwave everything?
Pretty much, even the grilled chicken.
I rarely use my microwave.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the only time I think I've ever cooked on the stove or oven is like I mentioned that time when I made the pasta and scallops, and I think that one time I tried to make risotto, but I don't think I ever succeeded in it. And
your scallops with 200 eyeballs on them.
Yeah, and not just that, but the pasta too. Like I actually cooked some noodles to.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but that was all the way back.
Most people just don't know that there's like 200 microscopic eyeballs on a scallop. It's nasty.
Yeah, but like I said, that time when I made that pasta dish, in 2017. That was the first time the last time I think I ever used the stove for any sort of cooking when I eat something. And I mean, I guess the reason why I haven't used a stove or a / oven in so long is because I'm afraid that if I don't use it correctly, I might burn myself or something. And I hate if I burn myself. Like, I still remember a time a couple of years ago before the pandemic hit. I remember I went down with my mom and my sister, I think, to a Myrtle Beach, I think it was, in South Carolina. And one time we went to the beach and I completely forgot to put on sunscreen. I didn't even go in the water. I was just laying on a freaking towel on the beach or whatever. And I was so red. I wish my mom had taken a picture and kept it sent it to me that time, because I should have shown you how red my skin was. Like, you can tell it's not red now. Like, it would be so red it would look like a bright red right now in the camera if it was.
Yeah. That's like Hat Man. He burns he burns in the sun, and I don't. I get like 25 shades darker.
And it even stings too. Like if I light tap my arm back when it was
sunburn would hurt. I mean, it's a burn. Your skin is burnt.
I know, and it's like, and especially it hurts a lot when you try to take a shower afterwards. It's like.
Yeah, you got to get some aloe vera on that thing when it's burnt.
Yeah, but that was the first time I ever had a sunburn too. And I don't know if I meant before I end the stream officially, one other story I want to mention, I'm not sure if I brought it up before, is there was one time I even got dehydrated so badly that I had to go to the emergency room a couple years ago.
Jesus, you got to make sure you're drinking like water, Matthew.
Well, to be fair, it wasn't my fault that this happened. Because this is, I think, was in 2014, 2015 when this occurred. So it was before I even started my channel. But
you were young. You were super young.
Yeah, but basically what happened was we were on this we were going on this hiking trail or whatever for like a school trip or something, and they were supposed to bring like water bottles for anyone who didn't have their own drinks, which I was one of those people. And we get to the hiking trail, and then right as we're about to start hiking the trail, they realize, we forgot to bring the water for the people who didn't have drinks, and I had to walk that entire walking trail without being able to get a sip or a drink or anything, and I forgot to do it. And I even forgot to do it when we got back, and as soon as we got back, I tell you, I had a fever on my head, my eyesight was blurry. I was like, I swear I could barely stand. Like, my legs felt like jelly. And God,
you're lucky your school didn't have a lawsuit.
Well, and to be fair, I would have at the time, if I was old enough, I would have, though, because not only did I have to go to the emergency room in the middle of the night that day, to get like 2 bags of I think it's called IV, whatever, pumped
Saline.
into me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was in the same arm too. I think it was this arm actually that they pumped 2 bags of
It's
IV.
subcutaneous IV fluids. Yeah.
Yeah, and then within like 4 hours before school started the next day, whatever, they expected me to still go to school the next day, and I only got 4 hours of sleep that day. And as soon as we went into school, I was always going.
Yeah,
like,
they should let you just stay home and sleep, man, and just been drinking like fluids all day.
Again, I was too young to be able to do this, but if I was old enough, I could have sued them for making me go to school after I almost freaking died of dehydration.
Yeah, that's terrible. Jesus. And that's like, yeah, that's not a comfortable thing at all. Oh, God.
And like I said, that happened over 10 years ago. And it's like, and I can't believe that I remember that even now, that all these things that have happened to me, like me getting sunburned, the dehydration incident. Yeah. It's like, I remember a lot of stuff about my past. And I tell you,
and that's good. You just learn from them, you grow, you don't make the same mistakes, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you're a good young man, Matthew. You're gonna do just fine.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Emma. It's like I said, people like you are why I do what I do. It's like a lot of times I used to think my disability with autism was like a bad thing, but sometimes it could be a good thing, and I just sometimes forget that. And like you said,
no, I mean you should not view yourself as it being a bad thing or anything. I was literally just telling Hatman before I came in here, I said, that you're a sweet guy, you're honest to the core, and that those are good qualities. I mean, it's very rare, you know what I mean? So like, don't discard yourself or think that, you're a crappy person, and like, don't look at your, like, when you see stuff like, before, like when I first stumbled on you, I mean, you'd get like 3 likes on a video and you would get like 2 dislikes, and it would just like, it just looked like it would break your heart. And I'm just like, oh no, like that's terrible. You know what I mean?
And like with the whole thing that happened with JP and stuff, he's the one that truly makes me seem like makes me feel bad about myself. Like, again, he ambushed me back in August, claiming that I can be easily manipulated by, and this is his words, claiming that I can be easily manipulated by someone like you to like flip on him and all this sort of stuff.
I've never tried to manipulate you in any way. I've never asked you to do anything. I've never told you to do anything. I've always, since I've known you and since you have been around our community and stuff like that, I have always encouraged you. I've always told you to, like, if anything was going on, like you could come talk to me or anything like that. I have always been like receptive to you. I've never like, when you did that, when you hosted that, like that panel when JP came up and was attacking you, and then I came on and cornered him like a little rat for 2 hours. I mean, I sent you like, some money because I was like, you kept the stream unlisted so I could download it and then use it for my channel. And I wanted to do that. I didn't have to, but I offered it because I was like, I knew you were a little bit financially strapped and stuff like that. I've offered to make you thumbnails. I'm always nice to you in DMs whenever you DM me. I pop up on your panels. I don't find, how is any of that manipulative? I don't tell you to, I don't message you and say, where are you? Why aren't you in my stream? Like, I don't do that.
Yeah,
like,
I realized that JP did that a lot in the past, and
because he doesn't have anybody.
Finally opened my eyes.
Yeah, JP
he does it now. He does it now. He messages Casey, Porchman, Jim, all those, like the 5 people in his nation. He messages them to tell them he's going live so that they show up to his streams. Like, that is sad. Well, like if my YouTube was ever like that, if my channel ever got to the point where just like people just like the consensus was like, everyone hates you now, everyone's left, you have 5 people left, I would just not stream anymore and I would be okay with it. I mean, Rick has known me for 2.5 years. And like the first year and a bit that I knew Rick, did I even stream?
No.
I didn't even stream. I was trying to get a community tab so I could slap Paula. Like, you know what I mean? Like when I first came around, that's what I was trying to do, is get a community tab. Remember? Yes. And I used to do a lot of panels. I would go on Hatman's panels. I would do Ladies Night with Moon. AP would come on some of the panels. Like I was going on Chad's panels, Malice's panels. I was going on everyone's panels. And then everyone's like, why don't you just start like streaming? And I'm like, well, maybe if I ever get to 1,000, I will. And then I got to 1,000 and I was like, okay, I guess I'll keep my word, you know?
Exactly.
So but like, I've known Rick Zilla since like the day I came around this community. He was already in this community way before I was.
Wow. You outside or something? Because I hear like wind blowing.
Sorry, my fan. I had to move my
yeah.
My
MacBook. You didn't sound like you were outside or something.
No, yeah, I had to plug in my MacBook.
Yeah. Sorry. I've known Emma since I don't know, like 2 years ago. I mean, back when I was
2.5
doing live streams, 2.5 years ago, I was doing live streams, and we were talking about a lot of crazy people. Still are. It's just a different brand. I mean, I was streaming a lot, and I've always seen Emma in my chat. I've always I really do try to support
like everybody. Like even if I can only stay for 10 or 15 minutes, I'll try to come in. Like if I absolutely can't because I'm like out or I'm working, like if it's during the day, it's a no-go. I can't come into somebody's stream if it's like before like 2:30, 3 o'clock, and that's like me coming home, like in my Uber. You know what I mean? Like, so I try to do that.
Oh, sorry for interrupting you there, Emma, but I was about to say that. That's another reason why so many people left JP too, is that if you remember, every time JP used to go live back in the day, he would always be going live. So like for example, it's literally 12:21 in the morning right now for me. He would go live as early as 1 in the morning and go all the way until like sometimes 5 in the morning, and then he'll sleep for a couple of hours. And it's like could never do something like that. Like, I would never be able to go live that early in the morning. Like if I had waited until now to do my stream, for example, I would have freaking been exhausted and so tired from doing whatever I was doing that I just could not stay up. Like I would just be starting to like nod off, kind of like that guy, I forgot his name, Flacco, I think is his name. I remember there was that one stream a long time ago of Flacco actually like falling asleep, whatever, in the middle of the stream, like he literally went and he just stayed off the camera for so long and was like, "Are you alive?"
Butterfly said the funniest thing in the Discord yesterday. I was screaming. She was like, she said JP used to do some sleep streams, but then he would get up and turn off the stream to go to sleep.
Oh my gosh.
So he would do sleep streams, but then he would turn the camera off to go to sleep, which is the whole purpose of the sleep stream. I was laughing so hard.
So
and then he's always saying that. He always says this. He always goes, "No one can say that I'm not the most dedicated streamer on YouTube." You delete everything. You delete all evidence that you have ever streamed ever in your life. How is that that's being a dedicated waste of time?
Well, let's just say we all know that JP, he can't keep anything down because, again, he is so much of a coward that he doesn't even. I got nothing, but let's just say
I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying.
He's so much. He cannot.
He has no sustenance to him. Like he does.
You're right.
I mean, he doesn't want to have his own. He doesn't want to get his own place. He doesn't want to freaking get a job, and he's constantly just restarting, deleting, restarting, deleting, restarting.
Kind of reminds me of someone I've been looking at too. Kind of reminds me of someone I've been looking at who looks like JP except he wears diapers.
Oh God.
Yeah. But basically, like I was saying, like JP would start a new channel, then delete it after a couple weeks because of and then he'll restart it again. And it's like he'll do that over doing stuff like actually getting his own place, getting a job, actually paying his freaking bills on time for once.
But he thinks all of those are W's. He thinks they're wins. He's like, when my mom dies, this house is going to be mine. I own my PT Cruiser. No, you don't. Your mother bought that for you. You know what I mean? Like, if he did not have his mother, and he cannot even do, he thinks by just saying, I love my mom so much, but he talks about her being dead more than she's alive, for one. For two, he constantly clickbaits that she's dead.
I still can't believe I that first time he did.
I have 7 screenshots of the titles of his streams being like, my mother's dead, it's all over. Another one said, I clickbaited, my mom died and only lost 6 subscribers, big league. Another one of him where like fake water's coming out of his eyes, he's making a crying face and he's like, my mom is dead, I don't want to live anymore, something like that. All to try to get and that's the thing, like that's the thing, like JP says to me all the time, like, you're gonna lose everyone, blah blah blah. Dude, first of all, if everyone leaves, they leave. There's nothing I can do about it. But one thing about me is I don't put on a shtick or an act the way JP does. Every time JP comes back with a different name and a different channel, he has to announce that he's going to be doing this, that, and this, and everything's going to change, but nothing changes. And the thing is like, JP constantly says with Casey all the time, they don't want me to move away from the drama because they know that if I move away from the drama, that they'll have to let me go. No, that is projection and cope. The reality of it is if he moves away from the drama and he stops talking about Pumpkin, Brady, Amanda, Amber, if he stops living in the past, he will fade away and everyone will forget that he's even a thing. You know what I mean? And he can't live with that. He can't live with knowing that after a couple of weeks, people will just
forget about him.
And so he lives in this Groundhog Day constantly because he cannot bring himself to part with what's gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it's the only one.
Like, remember that time? I think you said this in the stream 3 months ago when you were confronting him. But I'm gonna use the quote you said in that stream. But like way back before I even met JP, there was this one person, I forgot the name of their channel, but I posted, I think, an old trailer reaction for a movie that had been out for years, and I think it was for Scooby-Doo 1 or 2 from 2002 or 2004.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and at one point, and during that stream, in that video, in the comments or whatever, someone randomly just posted posted the sentence, delete your channel, ! And did I let that bother me? No, I just deleted it. And I'll use the quote you said in the stream. I already forgot about that person.
That's JP uses that quote, actually. That's me making fun of JP. Hate comments, don't even pay attention to hate comments. There's somebody leaving comments in my lives and my community posts. I can't even make out what they're saying. I don't even know what they're saying to me. They're like cutting themselves off mid-sentence. I have no idea what they're talking about, no idea what they're saying. I don't even know what they're referring to, but I'm like, whatever, they can keep commenting. It's just engagement for me, right? It's like engagement. So I'm like, I don't care. But like, if you get like a super hateful comment, just get rid of it. I mean, like, if it's really nasty.
That's what I did with that comment that was on that Scooby-Doo video. As soon as I saw it say delete your channel, I just went boop, remove, and blocked that person from commenting again.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody is like, if somebody's super hateful, then yeah, I mean, like, I don't really block people unless they're deplorable, disgusting people, or they're racist, or they're doxers. Other than that, like, I don't care. If you remember my stream, if you watched, I think Rick was there for most of my stream, but on Tuesday, literally a troll came in named Jonathan Halderman, and they were like, Emma drinks JP's piss. And I'm like, yeah, I sure do. Let me take a sip of it right now. And I literally took a sip of my drink, and I'm like, it tastes like sadness, depression, piss, cheap weed, and applesauce. You know what I mean? And I don't care. That kind of trolling doesn't bother me.
Emma owns the hate. She owns it.
I just lean into it. But if it's like if you're coming in there and you're doxing or you have doxed me in the past, yeah, you're gonna get blocked. I don't want you in my chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
But I really don't like to heavily police the chat. And I get a lot of people DM me saying they love that because they feel like they don't have to walk on eggshells, that they can just say what they want. They don't have to worry about like offending people, or because it's not a snowflake channel. You know, if you're an easily offended person, you're going to watch me once or twice and then you're not going to watch me again because you don't like the way the chat is, you don't like the way I am, whatever. Like, honestly, I just try to just be chill on a Tuesday. I just laugh at a lot of stuff. I take an edible, I vape some weed, and I just try to laugh and have a good time. I really don't want to take it too serious. Like the topic on Tuesday is going to be a bit more serious, was just kind of sucky, but I kind of want to get to the root of it, if that makes sense, because I've covered it before.
Is this to do with Heather again?
With Jojo.
Jojo Siwa?
No, Jojo Siwa, no. I don't think you were fully back yet, but there was a stream I did a few weeks back. And the thumbnail just says like WTF is going on the thumbnail. That's the one. I did a pop-up stream and it was about this Jojo guy. He like made a video and like just came out and said he was a pet, and I was like, what the hell?
Oh, that Jojo.
Yeah, I think I was in the middle of work when I found out about that. I was working and I went on my break and I looked at my notifications on YouTube, and when I saw it, I'm like, what the heck is this?
Yeah. So then Leafy messaged me today. Leafy messaged me today and was like, hey, like I'm up for that interview now if you are. And I was just like, look, cool. Like but you have to like dive. I want to hear all of it, but like no doxing, none of that stuff. But just like, I want to get to the root of it. Like, what the hell happened? Because everybody's wondering what the hell happened. You know what I mean? Like it was just such a weird situation. So like, I kind of want to get to the root of it, but it'll be a good time. I'm still going to do like after the interview, I'm still going to do like that segment of like the blind reacts and stuff like that. So it'll be fun. It'll be a good time. It'll be a little mishmash of everything. But I'm going to go. I have to get to bed. I got to be up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, that's fine. I will say before you go,
keep this stream up. It's 3.5 hours long. It's going to be good watch time for you. You got a lot of likes on it. Everybody leave comments. If you're in here, leave Matthew a comment because it's good for his algorithm.
Yeah, stream. I was about to say, Emma, when it comes to comments, I wanted your opinion before you go. Since you said this is the first 20 minutes of the stream, I think I was discussing it during that time, but I was talking about like when it comes to the next year on my channel or whatever, until I reach the 9-year milestone, like about what type of content I may try, what type of newer content, or maybe going back to old content should I do? And I asked for suggestions, and I mentioned things like, I think you've seen it on camera before, that you can't see it, but this is
yes, I have seen that. I've seen you use that in videos. Yes.
Yeah. But I was thinking about maybe going back to doing like a redos on some singing videos I've done in the past. And I've done some gaming videos too. But I think the last one I think I did was for Crash Bandicoot, the racing game or whatever.
Oh yeah.
But that's mainly because you can't see it on camera, but I have like a little capture card thing right here that I don't have a console hooked up to yet.
I got a capture card.
But I've been trying to. It's funny because this camera that I'm using right now to film myself while I'm live streaming, I tried to use that in the Crash Bandicoot and the Golf with Friends videos that are right around the same release schedule as each other. But you can tell it's not the same because like I have the main camera makes me look like this or whatever on camera instead of the way it does now, where I can just move it to like.
Well, I think you should do whatever your passions are, for sure. You know, like what I like to do on my streams is going to be different than what you like to do. You can do chill streams like this, like 3.5 hours of like, it doesn't have to be 3.5 hours, but like just chilling with people on panel and, talking about whatever, movies, like a smattering of stuff. You're going to have people in the side chat talking. It's good for watch hours. You can do your singing stuff. Like you can send me a DM and we can talk more about like, direction if you want like some advice or whatever, or you're like, I don't know, that you can come to you if you want. You can come to me with maybe some like a list of ideas you have, and like, you know, we can talk more about it if you want input. Like you said, you wanted advice on it. Like I'm more than happy to talk with you about it. We can do like a private, like a private StreamYard call where like no one can see it, obviously, other than just you and I.
Yeah.
I do those all the time. So like we can do that and talk more about it if you're more like a verbal person than like texting it and stuff.
Yeah.
But I can help you out. And if you need some thumbnails and stuff like that, just tell me what you want on them and I can slap one up in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the only thumbnails I really want to use is again, my friend, I don't think my friend Matthew Davis has done this, but I've seen some people's thumbnails where it's like you're, for example, if I'm doing a review on a movie, for example, like I want to, like I've seen some people who have the image of whatever they're reviewing in the background, and then their face is like over top of it, and they're like, one guy.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know.
Like that,
I've seen
whatever.
those videos.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I can do those for you in like 5 minutes. I've done thumbnails for a lot. I've done thumbnails for Elizabeth. You know, I've done thumbnails for Moon when we used to do ladies' nights sometimes. I used to suck at thumbnails, and now I can do them in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, and like,
but you need like you need the pro, you need the Canva, the pro that you pay for, because like I tried doing the free version of it at the beginning, and you can really see like my thumbnails at the beginning sucked because everything was pro. So it had like these giant watermarks on top of like the image, and I'm like, oh, I can't cover this. And so I was like, I'm just gonna pay for it. I don't care, and I just paid the $25 for it.
Yeah,
but it's like I put money in. I do invest money into like my streaming, because it's like my StreamYards is $25 a month, and then my Canva is $25 a month, and then I have my iMovie where I do like most of my editing. But then I have another editing software, which the freaking name escapes me right off the top of my head. That's like another $15. So it's like I spend about $75, $80 a month on like just like editing stuff, like for editing stuff.
Yeah, speaking of editing, like I said, a lot of my past videos I've been using OBS recording studio when it comes to recording, like say the trailer reaction I brought up about Sonic, whatever. I used OBS to record that, and but back when I first started the channel, you can even, if you go back to the early days of my channel, you'll see when I started using screen recording software. And a lot of the videos that I did back then, like you can tell because I think it shows it in the videos back then, but I used to use stream recording software like Action is what it was called.
I did that too.
I think I used Bandicam at one point, and then it wasn't until I think it wasn't until 2018 that I started using OBS more often. And when it comes to the editing software, I use Filmora at the moment, but I don't like have access to every single thing on Filmora, unfortunately.
Yeah. I can't use OBS because it's like we've tried to put it on mine. OBS just does not work with Macs. Like at all. Like it does not work with Macs. That's why like I really, really want like my alerts when people when people are generous enough to donate, like I want the alerts to pop up, and the most I can do is use Stream Elements to have it like pop up in the chat at least. And then of course I read it and say thank you, unless somebody does want me to read it or whatever. That's very rare though. But you know, like I read it, I'm very grateful, everything. But I really wish I could get like an alert to play like the way Hatman's plays, but he uses Windows, and OBS is very compatible, obviously, with Windows, but it's not with Macs. Like it's very like I tried to use it the first 2 times I streamed, and it messed everything up. I was like, he was visiting actually when I first started streaming, because I'm like, I'm not going to stream till you're here because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Like I don't know how to use StreamYards. I don't know how to do anything. And so he was like helping me with all of that. And he had like OBS going on one tab, and the OBS was like doubling my voice. Like it was like reverbing it, and it was like making my alerts go up like 3 times in a row. Like it was all messed up. And even Chad, you know, like Chad, I Have My Dad's Boat.
Yeah, I know him.
even Chad, like he's got a MacBook as well, and he's tried so many times. Like OBS works with everything else on Mac, but for some reason with the alerts, like you can either get the alert to play visually with no sound, or you can get the sound but you can't get the visual, or you get the visual but it has like a reverb on the sound. So I have to try when Hatman, when I like move and stuff like that, like it's going to be in a few months. So like, you know, in 6 months, whatever, when I can actually sit down after everything's done, I'm moved, I'm settled, we're hitched. I can sit down with him and figure out some type of software that I can get the alerts to play and also sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for now, it works the way it works well for right now. So.
Well, like I said, back when I was talking about how I have a capture card for my game, for whatever console I might hook up to it and stuff, like for some reason OBS wouldn't let me use the Logitech C920 webcam that I use to record most of my stuff or whatever, as well as the capture device for the actual games or whatever, like the game footage or whatever. I was trying to use, like when I tried to put the video capture device, I put my Logitech C920 webcam as a thing, and it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to actually pop up my face or whatever, and I always have to use the main monitor's computer. And again, it makes my face look like, hold on,
yeah,
a little bit
it's like higher up. I know what you're saying, yeah.
Like this instead of like this, where you can actually see me better.
Yeah, you should message Rick. You should message Rick Zilla on Discord. You're in mine and Hatman's Discord.
Yep,
he's great with like animation and like his streams look really, really, really cool.
Yeah, I use a VTuber avatar. I use VTuber. I use this app called V Magic to record my avatar.
Guys, I gotta jump off.
That's fine, Emma.
I gotta go. So congratulations, Matthew. I'm gonna let Rick finish talking to you. I gotta split. Congratulations, okay. Matthew. You're doing amazing. Leave this stream up.
I will. Don't
worry. All right, guys. Bye.
See you later. All right. Like I said, I use a software called V Magic Mirror to film my avatar. I also use my webcam for. I always set it my webcam. I always make sure my mic is set, and I always have to position my avatar in the format, whatever format I'm using, whatever overlay I've been using, and I've been doing that for like a majority of 2022. I haven't been doing that much because right now I've been having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Yeah, I get it. Like technical difficulties when it comes to making videos and stuff is always a frustration. But like remember early, I'm not sure if you were up here when I mentioned this, Rigzo, but I mentioned how I've done skits on some of my videos in the past, and one specific skit
I saw that.
Yeah, like one specific skit I did was for when I was reviewing a new Blue's Clues related movie that came out last year, or it was either last year or the year before that. But I know that at one point I literally I tried to do like the skidoo thing you see on the show, but it clearly didn't look like the edit that it would look like in the show. Like it would just like you saw how the way it like transitioned into a different room or whatever, but. Mm-hmm. But again, in the show, he does the pose, and he literally and his body moves off the ground. And
I know what you're talking about.
I wanted to do it like that, but I couldn't figure out exactly how to do it without like upgrading to where I have to pay like a monthly fee just to be able to find the right edit to make me do that. Like to where I hopped into the picture from the green screen I was using, and then but it would show my setting, whatever, and I would somehow come out into my actual space. And like those are the types of edits I would want to do. And I've been watching some other guy's video called I'm not sure if you've heard of him, but kind of like Jacksepticeye, he's known as Lord Minion 777 on YouTube, and he plays I mentioned how I play golf with friends on one of my gameplay videos before. When I watch his gameplay of golf with friends, there's one specific video of him playing golf with friends where he literally gets like his camera where you see his face in when he's playing the game, it does all these weird animations. Like one time it like just tumbles down off screen or whatever. And,
I don't know.
Yeah, but I've been wanting to do things like that in my videos for a long time, and I just never have the capability or the money to be able to, at the time, to be able to upgrade to the special software to where I can make those edits.
Well, there are other softwares that don't require like a subscription. For instance, there's a software called Blender, and I haven't been using Blender because I'm still trying to learn how to use. I'm wanting to learn how to use Blender, but it's usually when you create like 3D models or such. And then there's also this app called Miko Dance, which is pretty much like using 3D assets, and you're trying to like make motion. And again, it's grueling. It takes a lot of time consuming. And practice, trial and error. And
like I said, I don't have that kind of time on my hands, obviously, because I work.
Yeah, same here.
But like I said, if you go back and check on a lot of my older videos, like if you go to the video section and just set it for oldest videos, you can see as time went on, I was using different things when I first started. Like back then, YouTube still had its own editing software, so I was using that a lot when I first started out. And then, even when I was doing trailer reactions for new movies back then, I was like, for example, this TV over here behind me, like I would just look through my TV monitor at the TV and I would play the trailer on the TV back then. And it wasn't until like later on where I finally started using some recording software and I was able to like record myself reacting to different trailers and stuff. And again, I think it was around 2018 that I started using OBS specifically when it came to doing trailer reactions and stuff. And you can see as time went on, I mean, my background obviously has changed because I've lived in like a bunch of different places now. In the last 8 years that I've been on YouTube, I've lived in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is my 5th place that I've lived in the 8 years that I've been on YouTube. And like I said, I've even done room tours of like what my setup looks like and stuff in all 5 of the different places that I've lived, and you can see how much of a change in the background it is too. Because when you go to my very first video, which I featured a little bit segment of it in the video I did earlier today or yesterday, I guess, of my 8-year milestone, like you see the background of my very first video looks extremely different, and I still had one of those like box TVs compared to this flat screen. And whatnot, and you can see that I clearly was not like when I first started doing trailer reactions, you didn't even see my face in the reaction. I just played the trailer over it. It wasn't until I got the flat. What was that?
You used your camera to film the trailer.
Kinda, yeah. Or basically, I would take the trailer and like attach it. Again, back when YouTube still had its own editing software, I used to just take the trailer and like put it over after me saying, here was my trailer reaction for such and such. And then it would just play the trailer. And then at the end, it would go back to me. And I would just say, okay, so I just watched the trailer and I got to say this, that, and the third. Like, that's how I started out with my trailer reactions. Then, like I said, I got a flat screen TV where I could access like YouTube and stuff through my PlayStation 4 at the time, and I was always, and again, you can see on my older videos, I would just have the trailer playing on the TV in the background, and I would just stare at it through my monitor like this or whatever. Okay, why is my thing blurry all of a sudden? There you go. But yeah, I would just pretend I would just be looking straight at the TV like from my monitor, like even though my direction I'm looking right now is not at the TV, the direction of the TV, you can see like I'm staring at it from this angle, and that's how I did it when I first, not long after I started my channel. And again, it took a while, but I finally started using a recording software, and it wasn't until like 2018 that I finally started using OBS. When I moved into my second place, whatever, out of the 5 was when I started using OBS more often. And I've been using OBS ever since. And plus, like, right now it's so bright in here, but this room doesn't even have a light. Right now over here, you can't really see it, but I have a ring light over there. That's what's causing all this light in this room. And I never had that ring light originally when I first started out on the channel. You can see in some of my setup tours when I first started, I had like a little thing on the corner of my monitor, and I would turn the light on whenever it got too dark or whatever, and the light in my bedroom wasn't enough. And again, I started using a green screen. I think I started using green screen effects mostly in 2019 when I moved into my first apartment, and this was not the same green screen that I had back when I was in my first apartment. I did have a different green screen than this one, but this one unfortunately was the wrong green screen because I had to like put it over like a bookshelf, whatever, behind me to make it at the time. And then my mom got me like these things. You can kind of see one of them in the background over here on the wall, this little white speck over here on the wall. That's like a little like hanger that you can easily get put on the wall without damaging it, which obviously you can tell the black speck over here or whatever it was because one of them ended up falling off. In fact, this little sign you see over here that looks like a cinema thing, that's what was hanging on the wall over here before it for some reason fell off, and it caused the one that looks like a black speck over there to like fall off, and it peeled some of the wallpaper or the paint off the wall, and I just haven't been able to fix it since then. But like I said, back when I was living in my first apartment, my mom gave me one of those like little hangers or whatever, and she helped me put the green screen up in a different angle. And you can tell that I had a different desk in a lot of my videos than I used to have. Like there was one time I was reduced to having like a little teeny white table or whatever that had my keyboard, my mouse, and my monitor all on the same thing, and it was tiny. Like I was struggling to be able to keep stuff on the white table at all times, and like I said, I even have one desk that used to be like so tall that it almost hit the ceiling, and I even had some cases where I used to have a second monitor sitting right next to my other one. And that's how I used to do trailer reactions too. Like when I did trailer reactions, I would have the camera sitting on the other monitor that I don't even use at all, that doesn't even work. And I would just have it sitting on there when I'm facing towards the screen, reacting to the trailer. And again, this is sort of explaining the 8 years that I've been on YouTube and how I've evolved when it comes to recording my videos. And like I said, I still try to improve as much as I can, but like heck, I've even gone so far as to, because when I first did trailer reactions with the recording software, I used to literally just have the trailer already up on the screen when I first did my intros. And now as you saw in some of my like for example the Sonic 3 trailer, you see me without anything on the screen. I just say, hey everyone, how's it going? We're doing this trailer reaction. And then once I say let's get into it, it immediately cuts to me with the trailer in the smaller box on the screen, and it immediately plays the trailer as I'm watching it.
I think I've done something. Well, I wouldn't say I did something similar, but I did have OBS at the time, but that was only to record videos, to record reaction videos, and that's just about it. And I had my old camcorder that's built in my laptop.
Yeah, I mean, I also have this little camera too that I've used every now and then. Like I've actually used this vlogging camera when I went on my vacation a few months ago. Like I said, like if you go back to around the time that I did that stream or whatever that Emma was talking about, I literally posted a vacation video, and this is what I used to record when I was down there. And like I said, I only use this camera mostly in situations like that. Or whenever I do skits outside of my apartment, for example, like I mentioned that one that I did with my friend Matthew Davis Media for Bad Boys Ride or Die, and I was sitting in my car. I used my vlogging camera to like record that whole segment. And
yeah, you
like
said that.
Yeah, and plus I think Matt Davis, if you really have heard of my friend Matthew Davis Media, he a few months ago he did his review of Inside Out 2, and he had me be part of a little skit that he created for the movie. And
I know. I mean, I get it. It's you're kind of like doing like an homage to the Nostalgia Critic, I think.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, because Doug Walker does the same thing, where he does parodies.
I found out about him right around the 2019 time frame, and every time I go back and watch some of his Nostalgia Critic videos, they're always so funny every time. Like the one, there is one specific video. It's not really a review per se, but he was doing like a top 10 list for when it comes to the episodes of a TV show, and he actually got one of the voice actors to portray their character in live action form. And that was when he did his top 11 best Avatar The Last Airbender episodes, and he got Dante Bosco, the freaking voice of Zuko, to come on. And he actually made him look like the character too. He had the scar and everything painted on him, and in a somewhat similar outfit that Zuko wore. And the funniest moment of that video was when he's shooting fireballs at Doug while saying honor, and at one point he literally does like a humping stance saying,
I know.
I can't believe Dante Bosco actually agreed to do that weird humping thing.
That's
like he was shooting.
That's not the only time.
Out of his dick.
I know. This is not the only time I've seen actors make appearances on YouTubers. I mean, you remember AVGN, the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. I know.
He did the same thing with the late Gilbert Gottfried. I think when they were doing it for Aladdin.
Gilbert Gottfried, I actually got to meet Gilbert Gottfried before he passed away at a thing down here in my state of Virginia called GalaxyCon.
I know. Yeah, I know what GalaxyCon is, but yeah, go on.
But yeah, so technically Matt Davis was the one who got the picture with him, but I did get to meet Gilbert Gottfried, and I really wish, I feel like if I try hard enough, I could do a really good Gilbert Gottfried impression, which clearly Doug Walker can, because I remember that scene of him when he did his review of Spider-Man No Way Home, and he's like, I can't even do Gilbert Gottfried, watch, and then he starts talking in his voice, and he's like, God damn it, I already did it, and
yeah,
which I thought was kind of hilarious, but and I have noticed that a lot of the people who used to help him on some of these reviews are no longer there. Like I haven't seen that guy who played the character Roger in a while on his Nostalgia Critic videos.
I mean, a lot of people have went on to do other things. I mean, over time when you become so big, like you become so big that you don't need to do anything else. You move on, and yeah, you're set. And that's basically how it is with big YouTubers at the time. Sometimes they get so popular that they make more money doing what they love, and they don't have to do anything else. Yeah, and like going back to Nostalgia Critic for a second, I think I even took a play out of one of his playbooks where there's, I think he did his review on the 2002 Scooby-Doo live action movie, and where he somehow got to talk to his younger and older self or whatever. But in my case, it was just my younger self and the present self or whatever. But I somehow tried to do a similar thing
but in my case, it was for the remake to Overboard specifically. That movie with Kurt Russell and I forgot the name of the other of the girl, but
Goldie Hawn.
Yeah, Goldie Hawn. Thank you. But I was doing it with the remake specifically, where I was pretending like my young self was going to enjoy watching that remake or whatever, and I said, and then my present self said it's not as good as the original and all that sort of stuff, and I was trying to do a similar skit like what Nostalgia Critic did for Scooby Doo, and where he was talking to his younger and older selves or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I clearly wasn't doing a good job at it. You'll see what I mean if you go back and watch my Overboard thing from 2018, and it's really funny because I try my best to do but to be fair, I don't really script my skits or whatever. Like I literally try to come up with the lines like on a whim right before I start recording. But I'm starting to think maybe I should do scripts. Next time I decide to do a skit for a video, I feel like I should do a script because Matt Davis did a script for us when we did the skit for Inside Out 2 for his video. He showed me what lines to say and like what I'm supposed to do like when I'm in the video, and I think I was specifically playing joy and anxiety in his skit, and he basically did everybody else.
I understand what you mean. I mean, I did I don't know if this was considered a skit, but I did a skit where I was wearing my Batman mask and I was celebrating what is called Batman Day. It's like this holiday where you celebrate Batman and all that.
Yeah.
I was pretty much showing off my Batman memorabilia. I don't even know if that considered a script, but I don't know.
And I will say, before I end the stream, because I just realized it's gone over 4 hours now.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say about Nostalgia, again, really quick before I leave, is there is one video that I don't know how you feel about this movie, but one review that I saw him do a long time ago was when he did a review to the 2016 remake to Ghostbusters with the
Oh yeah, I know about that one. I've seen that one. What's that, right?
And I kind of like I forgot who the actor was that he got to play a similar characteristics to Walter Peck from the first movie. And when he says the phrase "shut this off," shut this whole review off, which I thought was kind of which I thought was hilarious because he was similar to Walter Peck. Speaking of Walter Peck and Ghostbusters, did you see the new movie that came out earlier this year?
No, not really.
Well, because he reappeared. We finally see Walter Peck in that movie after so many years.
Yeah, I think that one was more solely
relied.
I think that film solely relied on nostalgia.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, but I mean, it's the same as Afterlife too. Afterlife came out back in 2021, and the only actors we saw return were Annie Potts, Dan Aykroyd, Ernie Hudson, and Bill Murray.
And it was pretty much
Sigourney Weaver. Don't forget Sigourney Weaver.
She did her too.
In a big credit scene.
Yeah, I know. It was basically like a nod to the late Harold Ramis, who passed away.
Yeah, and they kind of did a similar thing in the Frozen Empire movie where they did a tribute to Ivan Reitman, the original director, because he also passed away not long after Afterlife came out.
Mm-hmm.
And they did a whole thing for Ivan, but I'm really hoping though that, no offense to the guy who did Frozen Empire that directed it, Gil Kenan, I'm hoping that Jason Reitman, if they ever decide to do more Ghostbusters movies with the original actors, they should just have Jason Reitman be the one directing them from now on. Because I think people loved Afterlife more than they did love Frozen Empire.
Exactly.
And because he's the son of the original director, so he knows more about what he's doing. And sure, his father wasn't there to help him for Frozen Empire after he passed away, but to be fair, he wasn't the one directing it, so he didn't get any true say as to what was going on. And so I feel like if Jason Reitman was directing Frozen Empire, it would have turned out a lot better.
Exactly.
But I'm really hoping that we get to see Sigourney Weaver's character come back. And if there's one, I don't know if this actor will ever come back in the Ghostbusters universe because I know he's retired.
Rick Moranis?
Yeah, because I swear I kept seeing a rumor going around that he was going to do like a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids reboot or whatever, and that he was going to come back to play this character again or something like that. And I was just like, what? That makes no sense. Why would he be coming back if it's for a reboot, meaning it should be a whole new set of characters?
I mean, reboot like a direct sequel to the original, which ignores previous installments, like.
Yeah, like they completely ignored like the 2016 Ghostbusters is a perfect example of that. Like it wasn't actually a sequel to the first two Ghostbusters, but
it was more of like an AAU alternate universe.
Exactly, and we did, and don't forget, we did kind of see some of the actors from the original movies make cameos in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
But the way they used them were really pathetic. Like they basically killed off Bill Murray. They made Dan Aykroyd a taxi driver, and they made Ernie Hudson freaking Leslie Jones's character's uncle, who owned a funeral home.
Yeah.
And I think this was in the either in the deleted scene or it was actually in the credits of the end of the movie. But they did have Sigourney Weaver show up too, and
playing Kate McKinnon's mentor.
Yeah, and I almost forgot Annie Potts was the receptionist in the hotel that they went to.
Yeah, I mean,
she was the only character that actually got a role similar to her original role anyway, which was a receptionist.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how, and I was a little relieved that they at least let her use the original line she said in the first movie. And she's like, "What do you want?" or whatever, but not saying the Ghostbusters part. Right beforehand, but like I said, I feel like one last thing again, and then I'll finally end this. But one thing I have noticed a lot in the last couple years when it comes to movies and TV shows and stuff is that they've been doing a lot of live action remakes to stuff, specifically Disney, which I will admit the only Disney live action remakes that I've liked that they've come out with have been like Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Cinderella, and that's pretty much it when it comes to the live action remakes.
Exactly. I didn't care much for like the Little Mermaid, and
mainly because they didn't make the character actually look like the character in the freaking movie, in the original animated movie. Like they cast a black girl to play her. I'm not saying I didn't like Halle Bailey as Ariel because she clearly has a good singing voice.
She's gorgeous too. She's
exactly,
gorgeous.
But again, if you want to do a live action remake to something like the Disney movie, like The Little Mermaid, or even worse, coming up, Snow White, cast someone who at least looks like the character, and don't just be casting someone who is non-white or whatever just because of a DEI agenda, which Disney still claims that they don't want to have DEI representation strictly to push an agenda. They push DEI because they want to represent everybody. That's still kind of pushing an agenda.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing with a lot of these movie companies. They're trying to pander to a demographic
that's literally a minority of people.
Exactly.
And it's funny because this guy on YouTube, I'm not sure if you heard of him. It's called Mike Zero on YouTube. I've seen a lot of his videos about this, and he apparently has heard like sources say where the CEO of Disney, Bob Iger, has said that he claims that a minority of the customer base is making a big deal out of nothing when it comes to things like the Snow White movie coming out next year, or what happened when the Little Mermaid came out.
I mean, it doesn't. The thing is, some of those remakes don't have the same charm as the original. They don't have that same.
That's why I only named like 3 movies that were live action remakes to the originals, like Cinderella, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin. Those are the only 3 I really liked. And and like I said, all the live action remakes that have come out since the 2020s have been they've actually race swapped different characters from the original, and whether it's the main character or secondary characters, and it's like and it's like they don't even try to focus on the actual source material. Like with the Snow White movie coming out next year with Rachel Zegler portraying Snow White, they were saying that the reason why she's called Snow White is not because of the way it was described in the Grimm's fairy tale or even the original anime movie. They claim that she's called Snow White because she survived a snowstorm. And a lot of people are being like, "Oh hell no, we're not watching this movie if that's how they're going to describe why she's called Snow White." And
I've seen a lot of iterations of Snow White.
Yeah, but at least they all look like more like the Grimm's fairy tale, for crying out loud.
Well, the Grimm fairy tale, yeah.
Well, speaking of the Grimm fairy tale, did you hear that they actually are that the Daily Wire is actually trying to do their own iteration?
I know, I've heard about that. I heard about that.
And the YouTuber known as Brett Cooper is going to be the one portraying her.
I mean, that's their thing. I mean,
yeah, but I gotta admit, if I see both the movies next year somehow, because they're going to release it on the Daily Wire's new streaming service, whatever, I forgot what it was called, but once they launch the streaming platform, that's going to be the first movie that comes up on their streaming service, and I want to watch both that and the Rachel Zegler one, and I guarantee you,
it's the same thing with Sorry for if I'm interrupting, but they did the same thing back in 2012 with Mirror Mirror, which stars Lily Collins, Phil Collins' daughter. And then there was Snow White and the Huntsman with that girl from Twilight, Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
It's a common thing I've seen with films that come out the same year. I think it's called like copycat films or film twins or something like that. It's like the same thing with A Bug's Life and Ants.
Yeah, and not to mention like some things that are characters that were owned by Disney have gone into the public domain, and there's been a lot of recent movies, specifically horror-related movies, based off of these characters like Winnie the Pooh, Peter Pan, The Grinch, or whatever.
And there's one for The Little Mermaid.
Is there?
There's going to be a horror Little Mermaid film with a redhead.
That's not good.
It's going to be from Lionsgate's film, I think.
Oh wow! But and I think there's even going to be a Peter Pan and a Bambi themed horror movie coming out soon.
I know, and there's like going to be like a Popeye one.
And also, I think there was even a Pinocchio rumored one too.
Yeah, that too.
And I will admit, I've seen. I saw the first horror movie version of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, whatever, and that I haven't seen the second one yet, but I know that the first movie was.
It was brilliant. I mean, most of those, it's just to capitalize on the whole public domain thing.
Yeah, but I feel like if characters like if there are characters from Disney that end up getting put in the public domain, like I would not be surprised if Snow White is like the one Disney princess that will get put into the public domain, which I think it already is technically. So Disney has no right to say nobody else can make Snow White movies or whatever, and it's just them. Whatever, because that's what it seems like they're doing, especially when the Daily Wire announced that they were doing their own version of Snow White and are actually going to try to stick more to the fairy tale or to the source material as possible. And they were freaking out because they cast Brett Cooper, who actually looks more like the Grimm's fairy tale version of the character, and that she's white, and Disney was freaking out or whatever, saying that they were threatened. I think they even threatened to sue the Daily Wire because if they tried to release their version of Snow White around the same time as Rachel Zegler's version, and to try to compete with them. And I guarantee you, the movie's gonna flop regardless. But I feel like if they were to release the Daily Wire version right around the same time, even if it's not in theaters, I guarantee you a lot more people are gonna go to the Daily Wire's streaming service and watch the movie, their version of the movie versus Disney version. And when it flops at the box office, no surprise Disney's going to be playing the blame game and be like, oh, it's just toxic male demographic of people that just don't want to see a woman of color portray a classic Disney princess. And it's like, dude, you need to make your own
own versions. But the thing is, Disney is a big name conglomerate. All their money is tied to trying to pander to a certain demographic.
Yeah, but that only started happening in like the last few years since at least 2019.
Ever since, yeah, exactly. Ever since the last election, not this past election, but the last one.
Yeah, the 2021. Yeah, it was like as soon as Biden came into the mix, it was like the second, and especially after the January 6th thing, that was when it seemed like Disney really wanted to pivot towards aiming to please that small a demographic of people that are either, like, for example, the LGBT. They say they want to focus more on supporting LGBTQ people and representing them more often in things, which is why we got characters like in Lightyear, for example, that came out in 2022, and that's supposed to be based on Toy Story. They put in they had a same sex.
I know.
In that movie, and people were freaking out, saying that's not what you should not be putting that kind of stuff in a kids movie like that. And even if it was only for a brief moment, people were still freaked out about it because they think that's not something that their kids should be looking at. And
everybody is entitled to their own criticism. Sometimes it could be justified, sometimes it could be not. But the way I see it, I always go by the whole belief, who cares? And that's basically how I always say it. Who cares if they put representation? It's not your movie, it's their movie.
True.
If they want to make money.
But if they want to, like you were just saying though, Rick, if they want to make money though, they need to make sure it pleases the fans of their company. So if the fans, like if they have a test screening of the movie, for example, and the fans that were such big fans for a long time watch the movie and they're like, oh no, we don't like this, whatever, and they don't like certain things in the movie and they think they should fix them. Instead of listening to their fans, some companies like Disney have come out and actually attacked the fan base too. Like a good example is with Star Wars. Disney owns Star Wars, and after the most recent failure, which was the Acolyte, came out, and people were hating on it like crazy even before it came out when they found out what it was about. A lot of the Star Wars fan base was being attacked by the showrunner and the star of the show and even the CEO of Lucasfilm. And
Kathleen Kennedy. The thing is that Star Wars has been around for years. And yes, Star Wars has attracted a large number of fan bases, some even toxic fan bases. And that is one thing that it's like, let me compare. You saw the Sonic trailer, right?
Yeah, the for Sonic 3 specifically.
Yeah. Let's just say.
No, are you referring to the first movie when they had that original design of Sonic and people freaked out about it?
Yeah, exactly. The Sonic fan base has been the subject of ridicule for the past decade, I think, ever since the internet. I mean, with a lot of public figures. I mean, of course, you've heard about Chris Chan.
Who?
Christian Weston Chandler. He, the creator of Sonichu. Well,
I'm not 100%, but I think I might know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Back in 2014, he got arrested for macing a GameStop employee, all because he was trying to vandalize Sonic Boom displays just because Sonic had blue arms.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, the best way to describe those types of fan bases is to picture something like that. Because there's always going to be a few rotten apples that'll spoil the bunch. And even some will end up becoming scapegoats for why fandoms are that bad.
Well, it's funny because I literally have the mask in my hand now, but there was a movie that came out in 2022 where a character literally says the exact phrase, "How can fandom be toxic?" It's about love, whatever. They don't understand how important these films are to people. And you know what movie that is?
What? Scream! Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the movie that came out back in 2022, Scream 5, or whatever. Like one of the killers, I think his name was Richie or whatever, he literally says that exact quote that I just referenced, "How can fandom be toxic?" or whatever. And I feel like that was a jab at the people who at the studios and stuff, that saying that they don't care about the fact that these movies are important to people, that the fan base and stuff. And I think that was because I think the movie was written and filmed right before Biden took office, and I think that's why that whole jab was in there to begin with.
I mean, South Park. You remember South Park made a parody on that whole concept with the Into the Pandemverse, where they have like
I saw that movie.
Yeah, where they were making fun of Disney.
Exactly.
I mean,
and they did sort of, and they did use Kathleen Kennedy in that a lot. And one of the iconic phrases from the movie of that character is "put a chick in it, make her gay," or whatever. Like
exactly. That's it's satire. I mean,
yeah, but
satire is always a good thing when it comes.
But I find it ironic though that after South Park came out with that special, did you hear that Disney tried to sue them over it?
Yeah.
And all because that was just pathetic, in my opinion.
Exactly. I mean, with these big companies, it's all about money. And that's all they care about is money. They don't really.
And it's like most recently, earlier this year, they had Deadpool and Wolverine come out, and Inside Out 2 I referenced, but specifically with Deadpool and Wolverine, I heard that Ryan Reynolds and the director Sean Levy fought tooth and nail to make sure that no, like, and this is their exact quote, no woke propaganda got shoved into the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. Like there apparently was rumors about how there was supposed to be scenes with Tatiana Maslany as a She-Hulk or whatever in the Deadpool and Wolverine, and that she was going to fight against Hugh Jackman's Wolverine and easily beat him and stuff. And people did not. Apparently, they test screened that footage and people hated it, and so they took it out of the movie. And the actress Tatiana Maslany was like freaking out, talking about how she hates Ryan Reynolds and that
she tried to sue him over that. I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
It's just sad and pathetic that people are so enveloped in this cancel culture.
What's the word? What's the? I'm trying to think of the term that I've heard.
Not woke.
Woke is one of them, but I swear there was like
SJWs.
The what?
SJWs.
No, it has the word culture in the term.
Cancel culture.
That kind of, but I think there was another term, where basically it's like a war of people who
culture war.
The what?
The culture war.
Yeah, it was like a culture war where basically people who want to see stuff like gay characters and same-sex kisses and all sorts of like political propaganda shoved into stories that are supposed to be like fan fiction or fiction and like not set in a fantasy world and stuff like that. Like I mentioned the Acolyte show from Star Wars. There was like a lot of scenes. I'm not sure if this is me, but I started freezing a little bit in my. I think because I've been live for so long, I think it might be time for me to end it soon because I think I can only live stream for a certain amount of time before it like starts messing up on me. But so I'm gonna make this quick. But basically, like I said, there's a scene in the Acolyte where one of the characters, where it's revealed in the finale that the only reason why this male character was trying so hard to protect one of the twins was I think I don't know if the word misogyny was or fascist was featured in the episode, but I know it makes it seem like they made it seem like the character who one of the twins ends up killing through like forcibly choking him using the force or whatever, made it seem like he was trying to bring her down and stuff and like control her and that was considered fascist or misogynist or something like that.
Yeah, misogynist is the word.
Yeah, and people were not too fond of the fact that they were trying to shove that type of messaging into a show like Star Wars, that's based on Star Wars, and again, they made it seem like there were no strong female characters in Star Wars, but they clearly forgot about characters like Leia Organa, Padme Amidala, just to name two big names from the Star Wars universe. Yeah, Ahsoka, for crying out loud. These were three strong female characters within Star Wars before Disney bought them, and it was like they made it seem like, so when they made the Acolyte to make it seem like there was a strong female character, they thought that the way they portrayed the strong female was better than what they did in the past, and it was like, again, Leia Organa is the best example of all three of those girls, of those names we just dropped, and she was a princess. She was a princess who
and a rebel leader.
And a rebel leader, exactly. Like, she was a strong female leader, and people were okay with that.
Exactly. That's representation.
Course, yeah, that's the type of representation people like Disney should be doing, not freaking trying to pander to one specific section of their fan base just because they think they aren't represented enough in these types of stories. But again, if you're watching a story like Star Wars or someone in the Marvel universe, or if it's like based on a Disney princess, if it's a Disney princess that's already established and they're making a live action remake of it, don't race swap the character, number one. Number two, don't try to shove a bunch of political messaging in there to make her seem like she's this strong, overly powered female character, whatever, which is kind of what they're doing with Snow White. And I still can't get that line from Rachel Zegler out of my head when she was in an interview and she says this exact quote. I mean, the original movie came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally...
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and then she does that kind of weird. So we didn't do that this time, freaking face, and people flipped out over that. And basically saying that she's gonna... And even Gal Gadot, who plays the evil queen in the movie, says the phrase first, but she talks about how Snow White's not going to be saved by the prince, which technically she was never saved by the prince in the original movie anyway. Technically,
she was saved by she was saved by the dwarves.
Exactly, and the prince comes in later, so it's not like she. And plus, she was, and what are they going to do though? Make it seem like she never ate the apple, and she somehow pushes that boulder on the freaking witch instead of the dwarves. Or no, I think what happened in the original was she pushed a boulder onto the dwarves and they ran away, but then something happened to where she falls down.
Like a lightning storm.
Yeah. So if they do it like that, then if they try to change that though to where Snow White eats the apple, but she somehow still lives and ends up defeating the witch herself, that's where I guarantee a lot of people are going to be like, okay, that's pretty much overpowering Snow White as a character. And like I said, I'm hopefully I'm going to be seeing Sonic the Hedgehog 3 next month or whatever, along with Kraven the Hunter. And even though I know a lot of people did not like this live action remake, I'm curious about this next one, and that's Mufasa the Lion King.
I know.
Because I will say, after watching some of the trailers for this movie, the animals actually have a lot more emotion on them than the 2019 live action movie did. So it makes me wonder. If this Barry Jenkins guy who directed it. Plus, we have Lin-Manuel Miranda coming in with new songs for the movie, and you know how well Lin-Manuel Miranda does.
Exactly.
Yeah, he does a really good job at songwriting. We all saw how well it did with Moana in 2016. Unfortunately, he didn't come back for Moana 2.
I mean, that movie was terrible, from what I heard.
What, Moana 2?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think it was as bad as... I didn't think it was as good as the first movie, especially when it comes to the music. But... but like I said, I still think the music in the first movie is better. But other than that, the story of the second movie was not too bad, I would say.
Mhm.
And you have to remember though that that Moana 2 was originally developed as a television show on Disney Plus. And I even heard that Dwayne Johnson and the original voice actors for Moana didn't even come back to record their lines for the original Disney Plus version of the show. And once they converted it into a movie, they had to go back and like re-record some of the lines voiced by Moana and Maui, and they brought back Dwayne Johnson and I forgot the name of the girl who voices Moana, and not only did they come up with Moana 2, but did you hear they're also in the process of filming a live action version?
I know. I saw the set photos of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as Maui.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they actually gave him a wig to look more.
I mean, this isn't the first time he wore a wig, but I mean, if you ever
when was
remember,
the last time he wore a wig?
The Scorpion King.
Oh, right. I forgot about that one.
That was his first breakout role. But at least those wigs look realistic compared to the wigs I've seen. Have you ever heard of this guy named Tyler Perry?
I think so.
Yeah, he makes like these cheesy movies about like suffrage of people of color. And sometimes some stories can be crazy. Sometimes they just don't work. But most people make fun of them because of the wigs and how fake they are. If you ever, yeah, because some wigs look like spider webs. Some look like cheap Party City wigs. But most people, they just like making fun of them. But if you ever feel like you want to try something different for like a movie review, there are some movies, like some of his movies that are on like Amazon or Netflix.
I have Netflix,
or even Tubi. Sometimes they can be on Tubi.
Even though it says, I remember I was introduced to Tubi from one of my coworkers at my old job or whatever. And I'm still friends with him, but we just don't work at the same place now. But he told me about Tubi, and when I went, because we went to tried to see if a specific movie was on Tubi, and for some reason it still played ads or whatever, even though they said it was supposed to be a free streaming service for movies and stuff. And I didn't expect there to still be ads popping up in the middle of it.
I know.
And
I was like that when I first started using Tubi.
Yeah, and it doesn't work like most of the other streaming services. But it's not just Moana though that's getting a live action remake after The Lion King, but we're also getting this is actually the first time that DreamWorks has done this, but they're also coming out with a live action How to Train Your Dragon movie next year too.
I know.
I did the trailer reaction for that about a week or so ago, and
that's for
I will admit the design of Toothless in live action is not that bad. It's almost like a shot for shot version of the character from the animated film, just with more texture on the scales and stuff. And plus, the only actor who came back to play their character in live action was Gerard Butler as Stoic the Bast. And I will say he looks pretty good. And unfortunately, though, even though she's not a main character in the How to Train Your Dragon movies per se, a lot of people are a little pissed off right now that they sort of race swapped the actress for Astrid in the live action movie.
I mean, she can pass. I mean, she's got different eye colors and it
different
doesn't
hair
matter.
color, obviously, but
it don't matter.
Yeah, as long as they make if the person can portray the characteristics of Astrid and stuff, and they don't, and none of her dialogue is politically driven, I guess is the best term to use, then it's fine if she does a great job, and she's not the main character, obviously. So
Hiccup is the main character. She's just like a side character.
And like, actually, one last thing I'm going to talk about really quick is there was another example of someone who was race swapped. They're not the main character, but they clearly cast someone who looks nothing like the character from the book that it was based off of, and that was the Percy Jackson Disney Plus series. I know. Annabeth specifically.
Exactly.
But she has she performs the characteristics of Annabeth pretty spot on, and none of her dialogue was politically driven, and she portrays the character. And there's this one guy on YouTube, I think I made a video about him last year, and at the time he was called Logan Cinematic Universe on YouTube. But if you type in that name on YouTube, the first thing that I think the name that pops up now is the Hollywood something. I can't remember exactly what his name is. In fact, I'm actually going to look at it right now really quick just to see. Man, my throat is sour from talking so long. But hold on, come on. Okay, so I'm gonna type in Logan's Cinematic Universe. Logan's Cinematic Universe. So when I type in his channel name, now instead of it being called that, because not long after he was called that, he changed it to the anti-woke reviewer, and now it's called the Hollywood Pessimist now, and he's got 1.1K subscribers. And look, literally, my video is like one of the first things that pops up when you type in his channel name as Logan Cinematic Universe. I made this over a year ago called YouTuber Review number 4 Logan Cinematic Universe YouTuber Rant, and he made a video not long after I posted my video. In fact, let me see if I can find the video that he did on me. Where it's literally called, he made a playlist called Monetize Your Haters. And he made, the name of his video is called I Made Someone So Salty He Tried to Trash My Channel, Comedy Gold. And he freaking put a sad face of a sad emoji of like tears coming out of my eyes or whatever, and it's covering my whole face. But at the time he's one of those people who was bad mouthing the casting of Annabeth in the Disney Plus show for Percy Jackson, and he claims that he doesn't hate the actress, but he just doesn't like the casting.
Race swapping. I mean, that's the same thing with all these anti-woke YouTubers. They're always bitching and they're always complaining about race swapping characters that were white, and they obviously don't give any reason to why they don't like it.
Like, I understand if it's the main character of the story that was race swapped, that I understand why people would get upset.
But it's a side character. It's the same thing with why there's this one comic book ranter, I think it's a Rage of Rampage, but he was complaining about the recent new Batman comics, Absolute Batman, and how it's not the same Bruce Wayne, the billionaire, and Barbara Gordon, Batgirl, is black and all that. He's just nitpicking. I think you should go look up. Let me see if I could look up his name. Forgive me.
Well, I feel like we should. I need to end the stream soon because I'm already getting tired and it's 1:30 in the morning.
All right. Yeah, there's this guy. I think. Hold on. Yeah. Is this Irish? I think it's like an Irish guy who's complaining about Absolute Batman, and he pretty much just being salty. There have been reviewers that are.
What was his name on YouTube?
Hold on, let me.
I mean, because I can just look it up once I'm when I wake up tomorrow, later this morning, or whatever, and check them out like you're suggesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, but just let me know what his name is, then
I'll message you on Discord.
Okay.
All right, I'll message you on Discord. All right. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, I can't believe I was live streaming for this long.
All right. All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right. See you later.
See ya. All right. Well, anyways, I'm going to end the stream before I get too tired. Guys, so thank you all for joining me on this 8 years on YouTube milestone. I got a few people to come up on the panels. So, like I said, next time I do a stream will probably be closer to Christmas time, or maybe a little after my birthday, just to say hi during the holidays. So, anyways, that's all for now in this live stream, and I will see all you guys in the next one. So, see you later.